Good evening, Wakefield. It's 7:02 p.m. I'm about to open the Wakefield Town Council meeting of June 24th, 2024. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Attendance, I believe we have all 6 town councilors present, and Vice Chair Councilor Dombrowski is remote, so we have all 7. Public engagement. Public engagement is 3 minutes per person. Please step up to the mic. We have a 15-minute maximum. My understanding is we're going to have 5 folks speaking for 3 minutes. Normally, it's just a chance for you to come up, identify yourself, name and address, and make your statement. We don't engage in back and forth during the public participation process. So who's first?
I have John Chrisley of 19 Humphrey Street.
Mr. Chris, welcome.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for including me in the public participation tonight. I want to speak tonight about the North Ave redesign project and some of the background that went into the redesign and the public process for that roadway. Wakefield adopted its complete streets policy on September 11th, 2017. One of the guiding principles of the policy states that the town of Wakefield will advance its efforts to provide safety and accessibility for all users of our roadways, trails, and transit systems, for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit riders, and motorists, and emergency vehicles. And following up on the complete streets policy, the town engaged in about a approximately three year planning and stakeholder engagement process that led up to the town council adopting the bicycle and pedestrian master plan this past March 11th, 2024. The public process for the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, I don't need to tell you, was quite extensive. By my rough count, there were at least 5 public meetings where both the plan and the North Avenue project, the redesign of North Avenue, were presented, discussed, particularly the engineering drawings for the roadway, and the bicycle and pedestrian master plan was approved by the council on a 5-2 vote on March the 11th of this year. For tonight's discussion, I just want to say that I believe there's been a great deal of public process about the redesign of North Avenue. There has been input from almost all the stakeholders that I'm aware of in Wakefield town government, including the town engineer, the traffic and advisory committee, the police department, the fire department, and including some of the other councils, such as the disability council, which I spoke with. I believe the debate has been thorough. I believe it's largely been fact-based on the redesign of the road, and it lets all of the users of the road live up to that complete streets policy, which is safety and accessibility for all the users. And I want to emphasize, in particular, for safe motorists using the road. By narrowing the excessively wide travel lanes, motorists are going to be more cued into what is actually the posted speed limit on North Avenue. I just want to address a couple other things tonight. I have some personal experience with safety on North Avenue. In June of 2020, my son and I were out for a morning bike ride on North Avenue. I was approaching the North Avenue and Albion Street intersection, and 3 motorists in succession were racing me through the traffic light. The first motorist made it, the second motorist made it, third motorist broadsided me and knocked me into the local gas station there in the entranceway.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chrisley, we have reached 3 minutes. If you could wrap it.
Okay. So I know from this experience, and also Wakefield suffered a serious crash 2 weeks ago tonight. I understand from the publicly available information that that bike and motor vehicle collision resulted in serious injuries to an experienced cyclist. So I just want to ask the council tonight to support the North Ave redesign in its presently approved format. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chrisley. Who do we have next, Steve?
Ted Dooling, 11 Muriel Ave.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you again for allowing me the time as well to speak on the same topic. Specifically, the flex posts that I think are being debated as to whether they should go in or not. I assume that the bike lane is still on track to go in. Like I said on June 10th at the meeting here, that the posts will serve two purposes. One, it will keep the motorist from veering into the lane of the cyclist. And this is important because of the constant distracted driving that's out there. And I know because I teach at the National Safety Council for drivers with repeat offenders, and to maintain the license and get it back, they take the course that we give for the registry. And what they call the inattentive blindness is when someone is on a phone call, whether it's Bluetooth or handheld, they're missing, not seeing 40% of what's in front of them. Small things like bicycles and so forth. They're just not seeing it, and then they're right there in front of them. And so it's a big concern, and it's prevalent with the motorists. So when a motorist is driving down North Ave and they want to turn left, we're hoping if we don't put the flex posts in, that car behind them is going to be patient enough not to wander into the bike lane to pass them. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they'll go in there and they'll pass when they're in a hurry. And a motorist that would do something like that probably isn't looking in his side mirror to see if a cyclist is coming up in that lane or not. So if the bike lane is going in, I don't think it's going to be safe without the flex posts. And again, like I said before, it's also going to protect the motorist, because a cyclist coming up on someone going slower is inclined to go out and around them. Without the flex posts, they'll go out into the road, into the oncoming flow of the vehicles. No driver wants to hit a cyclist, whether they like cycling or not. Nobody wants that to happen, and no cyclist wants to get hit. The flex posts are a soft barrier. The only option is nothing, or the painted line that's going in, or a hard barrier like a Jersey barrier, which I'm sure is unacceptable. But the flex posts seem like a reasonable compromise. From what I hear about controversies in Somerville and Cambridge, it affects things like parking spaces being eliminated for businesses. And that's not the issue on North Ave. Another issue is they get run over a lot. If they're getting run over on North Ave, then thank God that they're there, because if, when someone hits one of those, they're going to know they've veered off the road into the bike lane. So it's as good a safety measure as you're going to get. They'll get hit sometimes. They'll have to be replaced, so there'll be some maintenance involved. But to put the bike lane in there without the flex posts, we're encouraging cyclists, some of them very casual cyclists, they go out on the weekend only, and they go out with their family and kids. They're going to pedal there and think they're in complete safety. And I don't really consider it to be safe without the flex posts. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I think that's the last one in studio. I'm looking around. We might have Bill Spalding on Zoom. Sherry?
Bill's coming over now.
Hello. Hi, Sherry. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you.
So I had a late meeting at the office, and I'm about halfway home. I'm sitting at the Northern Strand bike path on the Malden Everett line. So I know a lot's been spoken, John. Sounded like a bunch of people spoke about it. I think what happens when an experienced cyclist is on the road, the bike path, the sharrows, the divided lanes aren't as important with an experienced cyclist, but I think for rolling, whether it's on a scooter or a bike or a family getting out, the flex post, which we need to talk about on North Ave, should be required. So here's why. First of all, Town Council reviewed I know there's a couple new members, so it's worth going over this again. We're not really talking about flex posts. Flex posts are fastened to the asphalt, to the pavement, with a stick that bends from the bottom. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about skinny posts that come up that are like cones, but they're about 3 or 4 inches diameter, and they come up from maybe to about 4 feet tall. That's what Bill Renault, our engineer, requested, so they could be moved if needed. And if I remember correctly, Chief Corey and I think Lieutenant Anderson were there, I can't remember, but they were in agreement that those type of posts that could be 10 or 12 feet spaced is enough of a physical deterrent that people wouldn't swerve into the lane. I do understand that they will not stop the car from going up and hitting pedestrians on the sidewalk or cyclists or people on scooters. We know that's not gonna happen. We saw what happened when a car came down into the common and hit the gazebo. So we can't, unless we put jersey barriers up. So in closing, I just wanna say that I think tonight's discussion in your vote is not about flex posts. It's about putting in those skinny cones that can be moved if needed and removed. But it's worth trying out. What does it hurt to do it? If it allows people to safely or feel safe, and I got 30 years of experience commuting into Boston by bike, I've seen it all. And I think it will help and be safer. And that's all I have to say. So thanks, I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. I'll probably ask the town engineer. I believe I heard 10 to 12 feet spacing. I don't think that's what you're proposing. Okay. Who's next, Steve?
I think, do we have anybody else on Zoom, Sherry?
Yeah, so we have Maureen Nelting. She wasn't quite sure if she wanted to speak, but Maureen, if you want to speak, just raise your virtual hand. Okay, Chair, I think we are all set. Oh, look at it. She did. She raised her hand. So hold on for 1 minute. Let me bring her over. Hi, Maureen. You just need to unmute.
Sorry about that, I don't know what happened to my computer. I thought it was off the chart. I mean, I have to echo what Bill Spalding said, John Fitzley, and the other gentlemen who I don't know. I think the flex posts, or that's what I'm gonna call them, because I don't know the other, term. It is a nice barrier. It's good for the bicyclists, but it's also good for the motor vehicles going down North Street. I think it gives a little bit more visibility for them as opposed to having nothing on the, what I'll call the left side where the flex posts might go or will go if it's approved. That's pretty much, I do think something should be there. If flex post is what the town is willing to put in or able to put in, I'm agreeable to that. That's pretty much, I'm for that type of quote-unquote barrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else, Sherry?
No, Mike, I think we are all set for tonight.
Okay, then we will close the public engagement at approximately 7:15. Town Administrator, we have a 7:30 public meeting, so I doubt we're going to get through this particular issue by then. Do you think there's anything here that we can take out of order?
Maybe the housing production plan update?
Alrighty,
Thanks.
and
Would
that
you
would
happy to
be
talk fast?
yourself and Samantha.
Yes. Yep, and they'll be, we just kind of bump them out of order. You'll be using that clicker right there in front of you. So move it, yep.
Good evening, all. I am Samantha Elliott. I am the town senior planner. If I haven't met you, hello. I think most of you have only seen me through the box. So I'm here to talk about the housing production plan. For those of you who don't know, Wakefield had one previously. It expired in 2020, and one of the first things I was tasked with was writing the RFP, which just had a proposal submission due date of Friday. So I'm just going to go over really quickly just the brief overview of the housing production plan. I'll let you know where we are in the process, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I am going to try to stick to the time. So, what is a housing production plan? EOHLC defines it as a proactive strategy for planning and development of affordable housing. It is something that takes into account your area, your specific town's needs, and the existing housing stock, and then kind of works, you would work to create a plan that works to create a long-term, or you set goals, and then it creates an action plan to meet Wakefield's needs versus a generic statewide plan. So why is it important? I don't know if any of you have heard of Safe Harbor. It affords us collaboration on 40Bs. So instead of unfriendly 40Bs coming forward, it would allow us to work with developers if we have not met the state's minimum requirement, which is 10%, and that is based off of census records. So the numbers we will be working with for the upcoming housing production plan will be 2020's population numbers from the census, and the future plan will be having to adjust based off of the next census, which is in 2030. So it also allows us to be a trailblazer in housing. There are a lot of, if you've read the previous housing production plan, great. If you haven't, it is available on the website, or I'm happy to send you a direct link while we are in the process of updating it. But it does allow you to look at different projects that you would like to do, or zoning code that you would like to rewrite to allow us to have a variety of different housing levels. You could say whether it's affordable housing as a rental, affordable home ownership programs. There's a wide variety of different ways to be able to help meet what has been talked about in the media, and the state EOHLC is talking about as a housing crisis that's starting to come up, because there is an affordability component that is we're having a little bit of trouble with here in the state, as well as being able to have a variety of housing. It's not just the affordability, but starter homes are few and far between, so that's something that you can actually address through the housing production plan. The last thing is the specific housing production plan allows for specific goals and timelines, again, that meet whatever you need to, your specific town needs to have to get up to that minimum 10% number, which is what the state has as a minimum for what they would like to see listed on the state's subsidized housing inventory, the SHI list. And so the minimum that they like to see is 0.5% year over year. That's one thing that you can achieve through the plan. And I can get to talking a little bit about how that plays into certification and 40B Safe Harbor in just a moment. But ways that we can achieve that, again, it's done through the housing production plan, with zoning changes, identifying sites, both public and private, and then looking at different approaches, whether it's transit-oriented development, working on our ADU regulations, infill housing, cluster development, mixed use, inclusionary zoning, et cetera, some of which we have done since the previous housing production plan was instilled. We also have a affordable housing trust that has been put together since the housing production plan from 2015 was enacted or passed. ADU, I'm sorry, it's a, TOD stands for transit-oriented development, and then ADU stands for accessory dwelling unit, which is like a garage apartment or a small apartment that would be at the back of somebody's property typically, or potentially in a basement, or subdividing the house in some way, shape, or form based on whatever that particular town's regulations are. They're a little bit different all over the state of Massachusetts. I can get into ours specifically later, but I want to try to stay on time. So where we are in the process. Like I said, the housing production plan RFP was released in May. If you don't know, RFP stands for request for proposals. So I posted it everywhere I could to try to get responses. They were due on Friday, June 21st. We had 4 responses, one of which was late. So we have 3 that actually met the criteria for what was outlined in the proposal, it's the RFP itself. And we will be working internally to choose a consultant by the end of July, and are hoping to hit the ground running very shortly after that. We will be working on creating a steering committee with we have a list of different boards and members of the public, professions that may be of assistance, and creating a wide, varied steering committee that will help us to work on putting this housing production plan together with the consultants. And then, of course, we would love to have your support and include town engagement throughout the entire process.
If I can just jump in for a couple of things quick. The consultant will be paid through a grant that we received, I think was $79,000, if I'm not mistaken. And the RFPs just came in for a consultant, and at our next meeting in July, I think it's July 14th or 15th?
15th.
15th, we would like to come forward, I think it's in Govindra now, kind of list of people or positions we'd like to have on it, which we can discuss with the board between now and then, or then to have that appointed go out. And we should have this wrapped up and into the state, probably beginning of January at this point. Certainly by, have it, how long the state's gonna take to approve it, but.
Well, yeah, it's going to depend. There's an approval process, and then there's also the certification.
Certification.
They're two separate processes. The certification, actually, they're required to respond within 30 days. It's
Great.
available online. And then once we are certified and we get that certification, I mentioned the safe harbor back on a previous slide. If we are meeting 0.5%, getting towards our goal, which would be 56 units right now, a year, we can be certified for 1 year. If we create 113 units, which is 1%, then we are certified for 2 years, which means that you are provided what they call safe harbor. So if there's a 40B project that comes through trying to get a comprehensive permit, if they aren't in keeping with the housing production plan or what the town is asking for in meeting the town's needs and the criteria related to that particular project, then the state will support us in denying that comprehensive permit. So that can be a really great thing. So again, as Stephen mentioned, at the very beginning of next year, we hope to be wrapping this up, forwarding it to the state, and then working toward getting that certification.
Any questions? Councilor Chand?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elliott, for the update. Just a couple of questions. First, could you speak a little bit about sort of how this effort kind of connects to other planning efforts that we've done? So obviously we've done Vision 2030 kind of before your time. We were sort of partway through the master planning process, which hit some snags, but obviously we want to kind of bring that forward as well. How are you working to make sure all of these things sort of, all the dots are connected between all of them?
Yeah, so the housing production plan is going to have very specific goals. There's two components to it, a housing needs assessment and the housing production plan. So the housing needs assessment looks at what our existing criteria is, looks at existing sales in the area, rents, and kind of tries to give us a summary of what is current conditions as well as where are the holes. And then the housing production plan will give us very specific actionable goals. It was one of the most important things I wanted to spell out, is that we don't just want some fluff and we don't want best practices for another area. We want them for Wakefield. And we want them to be able to be things that we can take and hit the ground running, as well as creating a outline for us to be able to continue with public engagement on all of these projects. So those are some really great things that are going to be coming out of this housing production plan. And like I said, that will be very specific to affordable housing in the area versus just a very kind of overview, generic plan and goal and objective that would come out of the master plan.
But I assume as we kind of pull this together, we're going to try to make sure that, whatever we do for the housing production plan is sort of forward compatible with a to be determined master plan and sort of vice versa.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Great. And then the second question is around the safe harbor. I'm assuming that the answer is no, but I'm going to ask anyway in the hope that maybe it's not. As we think about some of the 40B projects that have been proposed, particularly on Nahant Street, I'm assuming that if we do get a certified housing production plan, say in January, if those projects haven't been permitted yet, I'm assuming they still sort of are grandfathered in terms of moving forward under the process that they're already in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they would be moving forward under their conditions or what was enacted at that time, as far as I've read
Got it.
through the state, that it doesn't retroactively apply to previously approved. But it would apply to everything going forward from that day.
And when you say previously approved, because they've been sort of approved by Mass Housing, that's sort of the approval that's
Yes,
kind of,
whatever
okay.
process that they have, legislative or otherwise process that they have gone through.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilor Vincent?
Thank you, Chair McLean. Thanks very much. I know we've talked about this numerous times. I've been impressed with your efforts in working on this. The last time when the housing production plan was approved, the town council approved it and then directed the town administrator to forward it to Mass Housing, then now EOHLC. And then they took 3 months to approve it. Do you know if that's still the timeline? Once we submit it, is it about 3 months for them to approve it?
I will have to double check on what exactly their timeline is currently. I didn't get a chance to get somebody during business hours earlier today on the exact time for approval. Like I said, I have the numbers for certification, but just not for approval.
And then once you get it approved, does the state have any kind of a minimum period of time before a municipality can go and ask for it to be certified? You got to be approved first. Can you immediately go to them and ask for certification if you have the numbers?
I believe so.
And going back to the steering committee, Steve, my understanding is your recommendation is that the town council will have 1 to 2 members sit on that steering committee.
Exactly. Yep.
The other reason this is really relevant is we've been losing, we just lost at the Housing Appeals Committee when we tried to invoke the safe harbor provision, because since we don't have a certified housing production plan, we have to meet a 2% threshold, which we've been unable to meet. What's relevant is the census in 2020 showed that we had 703 subsidized housing inventory in our housing inventory. As of March of this year, we had 1,001. So we've gone up 298 in our SHI between the end of 2020 and March 11th of 2024. That's why, to me, it's imperative that we get the approved and certified housing production plan as quickly as possible, because we've made so much progress on our SHI. We want to be able to take advantage of having the ZBA have the authority to say, we're denying this 40B because it's not consistent with local needs. That's the term that the state uses for that. So I applaud your efforts and look forward to, if I get appointed by the chair and the town council, to working with you on the housing production plan. Thank you.
And I will, any other comments from other councilors? We're tight on the timeline. It's great to have you aboard. I will be requesting 2 town councilors, I think for dual reasons. First is, I want to have your presence on this because it is such a top priority, and also for continuity purposes, because we might have somebody that's on who's not going to be here for, as long as the other town council. So we'll be looking for votes on that, I believe, town administrator at our July 15th meeting.
Yes.
And we'll discuss in the meantime among the councilors, who will actually comprise that committee, along with your advice. So great to have you on board. Appreciate seeing you again. Sounds like you're settled, and because you're talking about Concord, so that's great. I appreciate that. So we will close this item, and at this time, I would make a motion that, and I believe this is roll call, Steve, well, everything's roll
Yes.
call with one remote.
Yep.
The motion that we open a public meeting relative to water and sewer rates.
Public hearing.
Public hearing relative to water and sewer rates.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? We will go with, why don't I start with our remote Vice Chair Dombrowski,
Aye.
Councilor Butler,
Aye.
Councilor Vincent,
Yes.
Councilor Butt,
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Carney.
Yes.
And yes from the chair, 7-0. I declare this public meeting open. And there they are.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
For the record, Joe Conway, Joseph Conway, Public Works Director. With me here in studio is Ann Waite, Public Works' Business Manager. Then joining us also on this call is Matt Abrahams from the Abrahams Group. Many of you remember Matt. He's been working with us in this field now for the last 4 years, since our administrative tenure. So we're here tonight to discuss our annual water and sewer rate hearing for 2025. Just really quick, for those who might be watching at home that are unfamiliar, a brief little background on what got us here today. So this whole process for Ann and I, the advisory board, and then we'll tag in Matt to this, really begins sometime late fall when we start thinking about budget prep. Much like you hear us talk about trash, we talk about that every day. We talk about water and sewer every day. We talk about collections. We talk about expenses, you name it. It is certainly two dynamic enterprises where the financial standing or operational standing that you're in at 7 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon could be total polar opposites. So during budget prep, like I said, we monitor the bill collections in parallel to some of the planning that we have going on for the next year. We want to make sure at that point in time that if we're seeing something that looks like we might be experiencing a decrease or needs a finer look, that we're not planning a budget request that doesn't keep pace with kind of the real conditions that may be out there. So we start meeting with the Abrahams group specifically sometime right around Thanksgiving. There's a volleying back and forth of a lot of bill files, a lot of information. The amount of data that's reviewed, the data sets in the tens of thousands. There's at least 60,000 bills that are reviewed, and that includes both the previous fiscal year and the current fiscal year. We clue in the advisory board once we get a consensus of where we think we may be going from a rate recommendation standpoint, what our budget looks like, and then we start the process. It's a back and forth. We'll propose some things. They'll give us some feedback. I think I mentioned it in the last advisory board meeting. For you business students out there, it's very much like design theory. We put an idea out there, they test it, they, critique that, and then make suggestions from some of the constituent feedback that they get. What that all boils down to is a recommendation that they bring to us and we present to you on their behalf tonight. One thing I'll say about this whole process to this point is the timing is a very dynamic state. So in the packet that was submitted to the town council, there have been some updates that we feel like are advantageous. We'll actually talk about when we get towards the end of this presentation. So there will be 2 slides of information that will be new to you, but we feel like they're advantageous enough to bring up now and make mention of that when the time comes. So at this point in time, I'll probably defer to Matt. He'll kick us off. We'll work through the presentation. Again, apologies up front for most of you. A lot of this is the same format with some data updated. We'll get to the end of it. And then once we talk about the advisory board's initial recommendation, I have a couple additional comments and 2 other pieces to show you at that point in time. So Matt, if you're on.
I'm here. Good evening. Can someone validate they can hear me okay?
Yes,
We can.
You can.
Okay, great. This is Matt Abrahams from the Abrahams Group. Happy to be back with you this evening to talk about water and sewer. So I was planning on putting the screens up on, the slides up on screen. Looks like somebody's already done that. Is that correct?
I have that,
Okay,
yes.
so we'll walk through that version. Okay. So we have some slides to review for you this evening. Some of them may look familiar to council members who have seen or discussed this presentation with us in the past. But ultimately, we're going to show you some water slides, talk about the state of the water fund, its current state of the water fund, and a water rate recommendation from the advisory board of public works. And then similar sewer slides, the state of the sewer fund, and then showing the rate recommendation from the advisory board of public works for sewer. And then as we normally do, we have a slide where we tie everything together so you can see them both together and understand the impact on a few users for both water and sewer. And as Joe mentioned momentarily ago, with some new information, we do have some new slides at the back end of this deck that will show you as well. That's going to show an additional option. So this first slide is the beginning of our water slides. At the top of the slides, we show for you what has happened over the last several years from a rate standpoint, how the rates have changed. You can see that in the top row. The last 3 years, 3.5% increase for water rate. The service charge. In FY21, which is that was the first year that I worked with the town on this study. The service charge was set based on meter sizes and aim to recover a certain amount of costs that were identified by Joe and Ann for administrative costs that should be recovered. The initial intent of the service charge, when we put this together, was not to recover 100% of those costs, but to recover less than 100%. It ended up being 65% was the number we chose. And every year from that point going forward to recover an additional 5% of those costs. Well, that has not happened. You can see that in the bottom row of the first table, that the service charge has not changed since that original implementation. So in other words, the service charge is still recovering well below 100% of those costs that were identified when we did that effort a few years ago. The bottom graph shows recent financial results. Any bar going upward is the surplus, any bar going downward is the deficit. So you can see that for the most part, there have been surpluses in the recent past. However, this fiscal year, we're projecting a deficit that has a decent amount to do with the fact that if we go back to last summer, it was very wet, limited outdoor water usage, so generally consumption was down, billings were down, revenues were down for that reason.
Can I ask a question as we go, or would you like us to hold them?
I mean, I don't think to us it makes a difference. I think, Chair, you have
Yeah,
prerogative.
I'd just like to ask you, Matt, about that large deficit projected for 2024. That would be from July 1st, 23 through June 30th, 24?
Yeah.
And during that time, the budget that we passed at town meeting totaled $16,574,703. Joe today emailed me that this year to date, we've billed $17,295,704 with $16,441,560 in the bank and $635,000 in change remaining to be collected. I'm just curious, do you use actual numbers? Because those numbers don't sound like a large deficit to me.
Okay, so the numbers you just provided were water and sewer together, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're talking just about a water deficit right now. But yes, so I'll talk a little bit about the methodology to try and answer the question. Now, let's keep in mind though that the numbers that we have in here right now were as of when we finalized our analysis, which is going back a few weeks. So if you're privy to some information that just came in today, that was not information that was available when we put this together. However, what we did was, we took what the billings were for FY24, all of them, because at that point we knew the quarterly charges. So what we did was we took a year-to-date actual through a certain period of time, and then we added projected revenues tied to the last quarter of billings based on some collection, and did some collections rate for that. So at the time that we did that, we didn't have the money coming in the door yet for the last quarter.
Well, wouldn't there also be a correlation that not every expense would have been, if the expenses for that fiscal year for water were budgeted at $7,229,715, wouldn't there be also a lag in spending that might come into play as well?
So is that factored into the numbers that you received, or is that just on the revenue state, the numbers that you quoted earlier?
Well, now I'm talking from the expense side, and you're saying there was a lag on the revenue side. It seems to me common sense that there'd also be a lag on the expense side. And do you take that into account when you're when you're prognosticating your deficit? Do you take revenue and expense into account, kind of a year to date? How do you do it?
Yeah, so what we do is this, and we do this all the time. I think it's been the same the last few years. So what we'll do is we assume that the budget would be fully spent. Okay, so actually I'm looking at the numbers right now. We assume the budget would be fully spent. And until we know for sure that it wouldn't be. And if we have the opportunity to make an adjustment, we would. But when we put these numbers together and finalize them, we were assuming that it would be fully spent. So if the budget is not going to be fully spent, then that will make the deficit better or lower.
So, Councilor McLean, I can add to that. We probably won't know exactly where we certify the final expenses until sometime in September. There is a piece to it that is actually part of the motivation and some of the new things that you'll see. When we knew that this deficit was coming, we essentially operated in the last quarter with anything that was an expense was a necessary expense, and we did with the bare minimum that we could to be conscious of that, on both water and sewer. So that point, we won't know exactly until they close out the year, which I'm anticipating sometime around September.
Sure, thank you. Question from Counselor Butler.
Just quick one for you, John, and maybe for the gentleman on the phone as well. Trying to understand that our deficit this year is because of a very wet summer last year, so we ended up drawing less water, which I would assume also lowered our expenses to MWRA.
Correct. You're always a year behind in the MWRA, so that assessment is, that instance is part of what affected our assessment for FY25.
So we may have, I gotta say, this feels like a false deficit here.
There'll be a deficit. I think, as Matt mentioned, so at the time that this was put together, those are the numbers that we had. We would anticipate that deficit probably coming in about half.
How does the deficit there tie to the deficit that you have on page 5, I guess? Not to rush you through your slides, but you had a deficit of 102,000 for your baseline, and you're projecting now a deficit of 800 grand.
Matt, this is related to how the appropriations for capital apply to that.
Yeah, so I can comment on that. So, there are different numbers, but here's why, and there's a reason for it. So, the slide that we're currently on does not factor in retained earnings. Okay, so it's just what are your revenues, what are your expenses, what's the difference? Okay, the other slide that was referenced, which shows a smaller deficit, does factor in the fact that 667,000 was reserved at the end of FY23 to be used in FY24. So if you add that 667 in and use it as a funding source, which you would do because it's available, that's where you see the difference. So the 102 that you're seeing is if you factor in the retained earnings appropriation, and the number that we're currently looking at is if you don't.
Okay, and just so that what I guess is then even more confusing to me around this is your retained earnings numbers look the same on sort of page 3 and page 5. They look like they're about, the one that doesn't have a number attached to it looks like it's about 1.32. Who knows? It's between 1 million and 1.5 million, closer to the 1.5 million. I mean, it's hard to understand where, so we know where projected return to earnings are 1.3 million. Or should they be 2 million is what you're saying?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah. I don't think Joe can answer it.
Which slide are you looking at right now?
I was looking at the next one that you have after this, that slide there.
3, that's on the screen. So that number is projecting all the capital expenses. When we appropriate them, we appropriate to fund them out of retained earnings. Those would be encumbered, so those are accounted for, and then you see the balance. So this year we had $240,000 or whatever it was in capital. So that would be taken out before, when Kevin certifies it at the end of the year, that is accounted for beforehand.
Right, but that number there is attached to the $100,000 deficit, not the $800,000 deficit.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
That's correct. So when you consider the difference between the 100 and the 800, the number was 667,000 in retained earnings. The drop on this slide, this graph, from FY22 to FY23 shows those retained earnings coming out of the retained earnings balance, because that's where the 667 got reserved. Okay, so when it was certified at the end of FY23, that 667 had already been taken out. Okay, so the 23 to 24 number would not include the 667. It's already been taken out.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Carney had a point of
Yeah,
order.
hang on a second there.
I did watch the Board of Public Works Advisory Committee, and it made sense if we listen to the whole presentation uninterrupted and listen to what they have to say, we might understand what he's saying. So I'd appreciate if we just listen, allow the gentleman to make his presentation, have the questions delayed till afterwards, and you might get the answers before the presentation's over with.
I have mixed emotions on that. I would like people to be able to ask questions as they go, but maybe we'll let them go through and then we'll get to it. I watched the meeting as well, and they spent a good hour on this. About 20 minutes on rates and then, 20 minutes on this. It was an hour on that second meter business. Okay, go ahead, Joe. Or Matt.
Here we go.
So I also don't mind being interrupted. It's up to the council how to proceed, but either way is fine with me.
Good enough.
Okay. All right, so which slide are we on right now? The retained earnings one?
Nope, 4, projections, 25 to 29.
Okay. All right, so this is, now we're starting to look forward. So our projections for the next fiscal year, FY25, which would be the year for rate setting, but we also, as we've done in the past for the town, done a multi-year look into the future. So we project out 5 years. So that 5-year period is the next fiscal year of 25 through 29. And we try to project and get comfortable with where we think expenses are going to be, also revenues. But we spend more time on expenses. FY25 budget is up over $240,000 or 3.3% over the current fiscal year's budget. And that does not include any capital funded by retained earnings. So that's just your operating piece. MWR assessment, the preliminary is down 36,000 over the current assessment. And the wet summer, this was just mentioned a moment ago, that definitely had something to do with it. As Joe mentioned, the 25 assessment is the one that was affected by the wet summer of last year. So we are projecting that with the treatment plant fully back online in the near future, that the projected assessment for the next fiscal year of FY26 will actually go down. So that's included in our analysis. Total expenses from 26 to 29, this includes everything, debt and capital, we have going up by an average of 4.4% annually. And future capital projects, there's a borrowing related to mains projects, $5 million for step payments happening next fiscal year of FY25. Capital outlay and articles, these are things funded out of retained earnings. The number for FY25 is $254,000. But we are assuming $500,000 FY26, and we increase it $100,000 from there. So 27 would be $100,000 more, which would be $600,000. FY28 would be $700,000, so on and so forth.
Baseline.
This slide is our baseline or a do nothing scenario. So what we include here is all of our projections, both revenues and expenses. However, we assume no additional revenue from rates. So in other words, if you did nothing, no rate action over the next 5 years, what would it look like? That's what we have here. The orange line is our target retained earnings amount, which that's 8.5%, I believe, right, Joe?
Correct.
I think that's 8.5%.
Yes. Yep.
The blue is the projected retained earnings amount, and you can see that it starts above the line and pretty quickly trends below it, ultimately depleting before the end of the next fiscal year. So in other words, rate action is strongly recommended to ensure that retained earnings stay healthy and positive going into the next few years. Okay, now we're getting to the options slide. So when we do start working with the Advisory Board of Public Works, the board sees multiple options, and this was the one that was most preferred and the one that was recommended by that board. And there's a lot going on this slide. I'll walk you through as quickly as I can. The table that has the orange, the rate changes, you see that's the rate plan that we are including for this option. It includes a 5% flow-based rate increase for FY25. This is water. We haven't gotten to sewer yet, just water. And you can see some of our projections in the table right below it, but ultimately you probably want to look at the graph on the bottom right, because that you can compare to the graph on the prior slide, and it shows that retained earnings trends down to the line, but ultimately stays above target, pretty consistent with the target by the end of the 5-year look. All right, this option does include a service charge increase. So we talked about at the top that the service charge has not changed since the current version of it was first implemented a few years back, even though at the time we thought that it would increase. It has not increased. This proposal has it increasing for the first time since it was first implemented in its current form. And the proposal is 10% for the service charge to increase 10%. So that top blue table shows you the current service charges by meter size and what the new service charge would be based on the 10% increase. And you can also see the counts column shows you how many counts have each of the meter sizes. Down at the bottom, we show projected bills so that you know what the increases are, but you can also look at it from a dollars standpoint. How does it impact people's bill from a dollars standpoint? And we like to focus on the second row down, the average residential user. And you can see that with a 5% increase, these are per bill amounts. So this is quarterly bills. The average residential user's quarterly bill would increase by about $10 with a 5% water increase. So that would be $40 per year. So I believe after this slide, we transition to sewers. So maybe we just pause momentarily to see if there are any questions with the water.
The first question I would have is really probably more for Joe. I know we have 500 annual borrowing that you're going to have an increase of, but I remember in prior years you've also said, but we also had some debt fall off. How does that look? Is there anything coming off of the debt that might account?
No, so right now we're in a kind of holding pattern until fiscal '28. With the addition of the warrant article that we did for water main improvements to the tune of the $5 million that we asked for at last town meeting, that holds us pretty much level for right now. In 2028, though, we expect approximately a $300,000 drop into that. So at that point in time, we'll start to see that we've reached the crest of that. You know, if you were to project it out in a linear fashion, and we're going to start to descend, you know, at that point in time, the decision will have to be made is, you know, whether you add more debt in to do more capital work or, you know, different things like that. But, you know, within the next 3 years, the long way of saying it is in the next 3 years, you'll start to see that improve.
Not in the short term.
No.
Okay. The other thing that I just want people to understand, if they don't, is that somewhere in the 70-something% range of your sewer is MWRA, which has not only been flat, it's been slightly decreasing. And what is it, about 45% of water?
Relatively, I think it's 44.
Right,
It fluctuates depending on the year, but
Right,
you're in the ballpark.
and we've actually, instead of the MWRA, the fear factor that MWRA was really going to whack us, it hasn't happened in the last few years.
No, so it's been, I can't take any of the credit for it. I guess I would have to give it to our staff, but one of the things, at least on the sewer end, is we've been very fortunate with the grant loans that we talk about. Essentially, we get $1 million of inflow remediation work done that's a capital structural improvement for 25 cents on the dollar. We're right at the end of that. Anytime they come out with a new phase to that, we want to be right there. So we'll use that, and then that allows us to not have to rely on the rate component to fund that type of work. They don't have programs as aggressive like that on the water end. I wish they did. So that creates a little bit of a disparity.
Right, so we get some capital assistance, but we also have expense 60 or 70, whatever it factors out to be, 70% of our sewer or 73% is basically flatlined expenses.
It's the largest cost driver, yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That's all I have at the moment. Councilor Vincent first.
Thank you, Chairman McLean. Thanks for meeting with me twice about water and sewer.
Anytime.
Since we're asking water questions, I'll just ask my water question. So I was bored yesterday afternoon. I went to the MWRA Board of Directors website because I know they're not meeting to set the final rates until Wednesday.
Correct.
2 days from now.
Yep.
But because of the open meeting law, they had their meeting materials available. And I shared this with you earlier today. So this is their staff recommendation for what the final should be on both water and sewer. And I know you had a chance to look at it, and when I looked at it on the water, it does show that it's more favorable to us. The final assessment that they're gonna vote on Wednesday is more favorable to us than the preliminary assessment that came out in February.
Correct.
How does that change the equation or the recommendation on water, if at all?
That's not baked into this at this time. The difference is $7,000. We would probably be into the second and third decimal if we're trying to, get that in there. I could tell you, and we'll talk about this on the other side of the house shortly, but if for some reason there was, any sort of deviation from the preliminary to the final that was substantial that could be passed on, we certainly would be, because it's advantageous to do that.
We've seen that before with sewer, but not water.
So the interesting dynamic between it is water is all based on flow. The water comes into town through the meter, we get billed for it. Sewer, they use a 5-part formula to it. There's a flow component, there's a multi-month average flow, strength of flow. So there's a little bit into that if you asked me candidly, I'm gonna say it'd be much easier if you just measured the flow out the door and you billed me for it. That's not how they practice. So, that, at least in the last 4 or 5 years that we've been doing this, has always shown a tendency to fluctuate to our benefit, to the point where we can pass on, some savings to that. Water tends to be relatively the same.
And the $7,000 difference is the difference between the preliminary in February and the final now.
Correct.
But the difference between last year's assessment and this year's is about $33,000, and that doesn't make, and that's a negligible difference as well.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. So, I mean, we set the budget off of the preliminary, so some of the, at least the initial preliminary showed a savings, so you recoup that there. The $7,000 at this point in time, would be, like I said, we'd be in the weeds to try to get that into this. But it all, contributes to the fund, so it's $7,000 that, goes into the kitty, and then hopefully that compounds and turns into $27,000 the following year.
Okay, thank you. No further questions on water. Thanks.
Did you have something, Councilor Butler?
I did. I think, one of my times from 3 years ago or so on the Finance Committee, I think we all felt like, yeah, and again, it's at this low-end user, average user. I think far more people, as I heard from in town, hit tier 3 as, a supposed super user. Do we have a breakdown of what our tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 households are and how many people fall into it? Because I don't want people to get the impression that their bill is only going to go up by $10, because most people's quarterly bill is probably not $195.
Correct. So that's a snapshot of the user base, essentially.
Well, the 2,000 is just, I assume that's his stats, that has nothing to do with our average.
So what our billing data tells us is that, on average, about 50% of the bills that come out do not exceed tier 2. I think it's 47% to be exact. So out of, the 32 to 35,000 bills that we generate a year, approximately
15,000, say, under tier 2.
roughly, we can export that and give you that exact data.
No, it was more just overall, because I think that happened 3 years ago. There was a bunch of sticker shock around people who thought they were not big users of water, finding out that they were.
Absolutely, and then, we went into this, so administratively, we were all new, and we knew that the time was right to look at, where we're gonna go with the capital programs to both. We started a rate study, and then the pandemic came in and changed absolutely everything. The interesting thing related to the enterprises, especially on the water side, everybody stayed home. So you were working out of your house, you were using water in your house, you were doing everything that you would normally do, plus the 9 to 5. So that showed a great spike in that. And then, that's why, as we've been going, we've been kind of slowly nursing through that.
And then the 8.5%
Yep.
retained earnings target.
Mhm.
How is that standard throughout the Commonwealth, or is that excessive? Is that sort of like what our AAA rating would
No.
indicate we should keep?
So I'll be completely candid, the mindset behind that number was originally, we took the financial policy of the town and said, on a tax levy basis, they shoot to be between 10 and 11%. We want to try to mirror that. The town's financial performance has been exceptional, so we're going to ride on that methodology. The pandemic effect then shifted that. Our original target was to be around 10% of the operating budget, and then being sensitive to the fact that, who knew what the world was going to turn into, we dialed that back to 8.5. It's worked thus far, and we haven't felt any need to touch that. As far as an industry
I just
standard,
wonder, is it too high? Like, is there a reason why we should have more than a sort of three? Again, if the town overall has a 10% cushion, and are we belt and suspendering it?
I guess the only thing I would say to that is, if you have a bad day in the infrastructure world, that is out the window. If we have another Green Street event, that's gone. So, from that, there's a balance to it. It'll cover a little bit of shortfalls if you have that. It should cover some unanticipated capital needs, but, we're not sitting on coffers so deep that it's unreasonable. But more than willing to sit and kind of talk about that and see if we can find what the consensus might be out there. Compare ourselves to maybe peer communities.
Yeah, I think just before we hit people with 5 and 6% increases.
So should we move to sewer?
Thank you.
I think Ed has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed. You have a question?
No worries, thank you. One question I have for Mr. Abrahams. I know that you have been involved with the town now for a few years, and each year I recall seeing the projections. Where have you landed in terms of the actuals since you began your work with the town? So projections, like, I guess probably for fiscal 22 and 23, the actual versus your projections for those years.
So comparing where we projected and how it actually turned out?
Correct, because I see you forecasting out what fiscal 29, I think, in a lot of cases, but I'd be interested to know where we actually landed for the prior years when you did project a number as compared with what the number ended up actually being.
So I don't have that information readily available. I can try and pull something together real quick if you want.
Joe, Mr. Conway, Ms. Wade, do you have any sense of how it compares? Because I know we oftentimes deal with projections, and Mr. Mayo will be the first to point out that he does plenty of projections, and then he'll show us kind of where we ultimately land with the actual. But I think that's important because obviously I understand we had a wet season which impacted consumption, but I mean, where are we generally with this? I mean, this thing feels a little bit like each year we're kind of shooting in the dark with this. I mean, certainly we didn't anticipate the lower consumption we had. We don't know what the next fiscal year will bring in that way, but I'd be curious to see, if we are just getting more nervous about things than we need to, and kind of overcorrecting, if you will.
So I guess the first part of that, I think moving forward, that's a great recommendation to kind of keep in there as a metric for measurement off of, and will certainly be included. I don't have all the years, but I know where we were projecting relatively last year, at least on the water side, we landed pretty close to that, not having the number right in front of me. As far as, any scenario, I don't want to say the word panic, but I'll say the word panic in overcompensating. If for any reason myself or anybody on our team thought we were in any situation remotely even close to that, we'd be singing a completely different tune. We'd probably be in front of Steve, at least in the short term, and the council much faster than that. That's part of the whole mindset of watching this day by day and making sure that we're following it throughout, because I don't want the surprise for me. I don't want the surprise for any of our staff, and I certainly don't want to bring it to this board and then the community. So the faster we can get that, but I feel like our comfort level is pretty much there. I don't know if that completely answers it. I apologize for that.
No, I just think, each year we're getting these projections, but we're never able to actually see, how they compare. So, with all due respect to the Abraham group, I don't know whether they're doing a good job for us or a subpar job for us, candidly. I mean, we're projecting out, but I mean, anyone can be running numbers, but where are those numbers actually landing? And there are just so many variables, not the least of which is obviously weather, which impacts this. And so I have some trepidation in proceeding with a significant increase, given that we don't really know where we're going to land. And we've established we do have a bit of a cushion there. So I think we can always reassess if we end up in deficit territory, certainly. All right, thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just thinking about that question of knowing where we land, I mean, does the graph of the surplus deficit on slide 2 really effectively show us that? I mean, effectively, and this is where I think I think we all sort of struggle with this year over year, right? Because, there are things that we know and things that we don't know. The big thing that we don't know is, whether in the case of at least the, sort of the big spike where we ran a giant surplus several years ago, the pandemic and people being home and just using a lot more water, our expenses for which were kind of baked in from the year prior experience. And so, I do think that we have some of that information. I think we've got, at least with 2 data points for, fiscal 2021 and 2024, I think where we have a large surplus or deficit, we have kind of good explanations for that. Sorry, this was slide 2 I was looking at, not slide 3, Joe. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
For the other years, I don't remember what the situation was in fiscal 2018, but 19, 20, 22, 23, it feels like we're running fairly close to budget most years. We're a little bit higher in each of those years, and so maybe there's, a little bit of a question around, is 8.5 the right number, or are we kind of getting down, kind of moving that slope down to the 8.5% target as quickly as we could. But, it feels like other than some of these sort of extraneous variables, which are outside of anyone's control, that we kind of land pretty close to where we've projected when we've had these conversations, despite all of the miscellaneous variables that you have to factor in.
Yeah, it is definitely dynamic, that's for sure. And I think you hit on a good point. So we have one side of that answer. I think the other thing would be, moving forward certainly, but you could represent that with the year. So we do project out. It's nice to look at the future, but we're very focused on fiscal 25.
Yeah.
That is the mission. So you at an annual basis, you could just plot another line on that chart, and then you have, whether you want to look at error bars or however you want to metric that, you could compare the two visually even. To do that, and that'll be how it's presented from this point on. So,
I would just say, with the 3-year experience, Matt, I haven't looked at all the numbers, but I have the old paperwork, and I think what you'll find is that it seems like every year, we reach a point where now we better start charging more, 5%, 6%. Then the council votes a lower amount, and we still seem to have pretty healthy retained earnings. At least in 24, and it looks like very healthy retained earnings in the sewer side. So I think all these points are well taken, but I think Vice Chair Dabrowski has a good point there. We really should know, how do we do relative to our prognostications when it looks like we're always saying, oh, now we got to go to 5 or 6, and then we don't, and we're still healthy. Common sense indicates to me if we're billing almost 17.3 million in a wet year, and our budget is 16 something, we may actually add a little bit to retained earnings instead of an $800,000 deficit. I don't know, but I think we should be comparing as much as we can apples to apples. How have we done based on the rates that this council has voted? We usually vote less than what's being proposed, and we've still done rather well over a 3-year period that I've been here. Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. Can you go to slide 4 real quick? I'll give you one area where there is a way to compare, like last year's projections versus this year's projections. If you go to slide 4.
I think it. Sorry.
And you go at the bottom, and it says the projections for FY25 is $254,000 in the capital outlay, and FY26 is $500,000. So if you look at last year's presentation, the numbers said that in FY25 it would be 1.3 million. So last year it said we would have 1.3 million in capital outlay and articles funded via retained earnings, but now this year that number's dropped to 254,000. Last year's also said it would be $900,000 in FY26 plus an additional $100,000 a year, and you can see the projection this year for FY26 is 500,000 by 900,000 with the additional $100,000 per year after. So that's one way in looking at last year's presentations and looking at this year's presentations. You can see the difference in the projections for capital outlay expenses and what actually did happen. and they're significantly have been decreased the last couple of years from what was projected, like what I just pointed out there now. So that's one way to do a little bit of a comparison. I just kept last year's presentation from you all, and I compared that with what this year said.
It's all a good point. Getting back to the bonding that we mentioned earlier, last year or even, throughout the years, I think it would be our goal to not rely on bonding, not have to pay interest on something. Rate sensitivity and everything like that, the easiest point to start dialing back how aggressive you are is in the capital outlay expenses. So this year is able to be done. It's basically bare bones. We have a dump truck and a backhoe. Drives most of that cost on both sides that absolutely needs to be replaced. We couldn't wait. But everything else, we've recouped a lot of water work through bonding. So, we don't need to be as aggressive as, we might have thought. It would have been our preference to take smaller bites at the apple and do a series of $600,000 projects annually until we get to the point where, the financial picture supports that. That'll be constantly something that we'll be tweaking and dialing to make sure that it makes, sense as we project it out.
Thank you.
Want to continue, Matt or Joe?
Sure. So I think next up is sewer.
Okay, so sewer slides, is there a sewer slide on the screen right now?
Yes. Yep. Slide 7.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the slides are set up very similar between both water and sewer. You can see the same table where we're showing you the rate changes from the recent past. The sewer rates have increased last 3 years, 2.15%, 2.15%, and 2.5%. The current fiscal year of FY24. Just like on the water side, the methodology for a service charge was implemented based on meter size for FY21. The intent was to ramp it up from there. That did not happen or has not happened to this point. And there were no service charge changes each of the last 3 fiscal years. So looking at the financial results, sewer generally has been a little bit healthier or has had better financial results than water, because you see more in the recent past, those graphs, the bars are going up rather than down for 24, for example. We're looking at a projected 24 deficit on the water side. We are not looking at one on the sewer side. Next slide, please. You see your earnings graph. So the similar trajectory as water, and then it was trending well above the line. Those healthy results we were just looking at grew retained earnings nicely over the last 2 years, and then we saw a similar dip for 23 for a similar reason. There was retained earnings set aside at the end of FY23 to fund capital in FY24. So that's the reason for the drop for 23, just like we saw on the water slide, and then a slight uptick from there with our latest projection. Next slide, please. Okay, the projection slide going forward for sewer, FY25 budget up 22,000 over the current fiscal year. Again, that doesn't include capital, that's just operating. The MWA assessment, the preliminary is up $10,000 over the current year's assessment. Consistently, annual increases 3.5 to 5% was what the town saw the sewer assessment go up from FY17 to FY20, but recently that has come down. Now the increases are more around 2.3% annually. And in our projections, we were carrying 4% for a while, looking forward year over year on the sewer assessment. Because of the recent average increases of 2.3%, we dropped that down. Now we're carrying a 3% annual increase year over year to our projected sewer assessment. Total expenses, FY26 to 29, average increase 4%. Future capital projects, there's an MWA loan, 100% loan, planned into the very near future. That would be 1.28 million, and that's projected total debt of 400,000 over the next 5 years tied to that. Capital outlay 390, so a little bit higher than it was on water, FY25. But when we get to 26, the same amount we're using, 500,000, an additional 100,000 from there. Baseline, a little bit of a different scenario than water, because retained earnings aren't trending down quite as much as they were on the water side. So what this is telling me is that there are enough retained earnings to support the fund through FY '26 if there was no rate action, whereas we saw a different scenario on the water side. We saw a much more immediate need for rate action to keep retained earnings healthy on the water side. Next slide, please. And here's the recommended option from the board, Advisory Board of Public Works, 1.45% increase for FY '25. And you can see the graph on the right has been updated. It keeps the blue above the orange, even though it's trending downward with this rate plan. The updated service charges, if it were to be raised 10%, which this option is proposing, is in the top right table. And the average user we have is going up less than $6 quarterly, which would be less than $24 annually. And this is the slide that pulls both of the recommended options together, so the water option and the sewer option. Again, 5% was the recommended option for sewer, for water, 1.5% for sewer. The updated rates are in the blue table along with the discounted rate, and the current bills are shown in the bottom table. And we tend to focus when we work with the advisory board on that rightmost column of that bottom table, so you can see the percent impact to each of the use samples that we carry. So the average user, that 2,000 user, we have going up 3.6% total bill, 3.6% if both the 5% and the 1.5% were authorized, as well as the 10% service charge increase for both water and sewer. So those were all the slides related to the Advisory Board of Public Works recommended option. Joe, do you want to transition to the other one we were talking about now?
Do we want to discuss this or do we want to keep going?
Councilor Jones?
Thank you. Can we just go back to the prior slide with the sewer piece? So one of the things I'd like to understand is sort of why the sewer recommendation is where it is, given kind of the spike in retained earnings. I mean, obviously I understand that, we've got a deficit on the water side in 2024, which leads to a reduction in retained earnings. We have the opposite on the sewer side. It does feel like we're keeping the retained earnings quite a bit higher above the target for a couple of years. And so, Mr. Abrahams or Mr. Conway, I was wondering if you could speak to sort of the rationale for that and why we haven't targeted a lower increase on the sewer side, knowing that we're talking about a retained earnings position that's, double what the target is.
So there's two pieces to that. You're doing a little bit of foreshadowing to what's to come, but it didn't make it into the memo that you got, that was written, but one of the things in the 16 times since 1992, every time that the moratorium conversation has been brought up, there has always been the comment that, at some point in time that there will be a revenue shift dynamically, and, sewer will see a reduction and water will see whatever water sees. The advisory board is working on that, and we'll talk about, their request for some additional feedback. They're very close to making a recommendation. I think coming into this spot, they are keeping in mind that potential decision down the road is potentially going to affect that, and they might need to rely on that, or at least anticipating that. I mentioned at the start of this, Ann and I look at this every day, all day long, twice a day. Councilor Vincent mentioned that now the posting for the Board of Directors meeting has been made live, and our warrants are starting to close, payroll is closing, so we have a better idea of what the potential unspent funds might be. So without jumping too far ahead,
I apologize for jumping the gun.
No, that's great, because your head went...
Timely question.
Your head basically went exactly where ours did. So taking all that into consideration, we had a lot of talks about this. We talked to Councilor Vincent. Ann and I talked, at length. One of the sins to that whole piece is we didn't have the timing to be able to convene the advisory board again. We certainly respect that process, and they bring, a very broad constituent insight to what we're doing. But I mentioned before that if it's advantageous, we're going to end up doing it. So Matt, I guess I'll go from here. So on the water end, we've discussed at length kind of the picture of that side of the enterprise. From the DPW standpoint, we're going to hold true with what the advisory board's recommendation was there. But we are going to ask the council to consider zeroing out the flow-based component for the sewer charge this year. The 10% service charge increase will be maintained. From a flow-based percentage, that portion of this whole spiderweb that you control from the faucet, if you zero it out, you see the projections change to a little bit over $125,000 with that. So my apologies for dropping this on you late last minute, but as you can see, if things change and they're for the benefit, we would like to talk about it and put it on the table.
Dropping it on late if it's favorable is definitely better
Yeah.
than the alternative.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think any of us are a fan of fire drills, and
What, Joe, is the net increase with the 10% to your average? Is that, I'm just having a little trouble reading that.
sure. So that 2,000 cubic foot user, this changes that combined bill component to roughly 2.7%.
So there is still an increase because of the 10% increase?
This is about $70,000. I sent that to you today. There
Yeah.
is there. And the mindset behind the board this time in evaluating that is seeing the impact that happened with the weather fluctuation. If they were to take another smaller bite at the apple, for lack of a better term, at that, maybe that could contribute to some, stabilization of volatility down the road.
Is that the end of the slides?
It is, sorry.
Any comments from counselors relative to? You don't have to defer. Counselor Carney, anything? Counselor Vincent, I see a hand.
Counselor Chines had his hand up first. You just
Oh,
didn't see
okay,
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Counselor
I
Chines, go ahead.
just to kind of comment on that, I do appreciate the second look at the sewer rate. I think that, given the retained earning position that we have, I think that makes sense. You forecasted some of the second water meter discussion, and, in general, my perspective on that is that, we should be setting the rates based on our knowns, and, even if there is a recommendation around something different for second water meters, we still have to discuss that and process that as a council. And so, I don't think holding an excessive amount in reserves for that potentiality is the right thing to do. And so I do appreciate this coming down a little bit. I think in general, what you've come to, as a conclusion is a reasonable place to land. Could I make an argument that, we should sort of go a little faster on sort of bringing retained earnings on the water side down to our policy? Maybe, but I, suspect for, a couple of tenths a point on the rate, it probably doesn't make a huge amount of difference. I do think, though, over the long term, it is worth both thinking about sort of whether that 8.5% is the right number. And I think there are good reasons why it may be, but, like everything else, we should look at it every now and then. I would also love to see, we talk about, and we sort of talk about some of these large-scale projects on the town side. I feel, and maybe it's just I'm not connecting the dots as much, but, understanding sort of what the long-term plan is on the water and sewer side. So as we look at, we're spending $500,000 on sewer, $600,000 on water every year. I think it would be helpful just maybe for us to have a little bit more visibility as to how that fits in with kind of the 20-year plan in terms of infrastructure improvements.
Absolutely. So Bill's group had just spearheaded that on the water side. We're due to do that again on the sewer side. I can tell you from the water end, not to veer off topic, but just a little into that. Some of the things we look at: age, condition, break history, fire flow, and then much like the streets and all of our assets, actually, we assign a number grade to it, just like elementary school. We've identified 31 projects that are either material type or some sort of flow deficiency that we'd like to improve. So now, we've kind of identified the things out there that we would like to see start to chip away at. and we'll work towards that. Certainly, you know our stance on trying to get grants and coming up with any way to alternatively fund that. And we'll do the same thing in parallel in sewer. We sit in a good point now. All of our pumping stations have been gone through or in good condition, with the oldest renovation actually being to Farm Street, which was done within the last 20 years. So now we'll start to identify, you know, more related to that. We still pick up a good benefit. There's 3 more phases of the MWA's I&I program, one of which that we benefit from the grant loan cost share percentage, and the other are 2 10-year interest-free loans. So our approach to that has always been that if we can match the debt and it makes sense and doesn't create too much of an uptick in things, we'll try to slide that in when appropriate. But we'll certainly take advantage of the cheaper alternative, as long as we're allowed to skip around through the phases.
Yeah, so it would be great just to see some of that kind of laid out in context, almost like, you know, what's the 20-year plan?
Absolutely.
You know, in terms of how you prioritize these things, just to put some context around some of the numbers we're talking about here.
Sure.
But thank you.
Councilor Vincent, I don't know how long Vice Chair has been waiting, so why don't we let him go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that if you look at our recent history, we had been at 3.5%, and we seem to have done just fine, despite the fact we had, you know, that wet season that has been discussed at length. I would feel comfortable staying flat with the water rate at 3.5%, and then reassess where we are next year relative to that. Some of the projects I think Mr. Conway raises are significant, but I don't think retained earnings are going to be the way that we're going to solve for those regardless. So I'd like to be able to see us maintain our consistent having 3.5% and not do the jump up to the 5 and then reassess. And I would like to see where the projections, how the projections compare to the actuals, to Mr. Chairman's earlier point. I think that it's important, you know, to see ultimately how far off we have been, because Councilor Chines was looking at actuals, but I'm talking about what the projections were that led us to agree to an amount below what was recommended to us previously, on the water side at least, and then ultimately where we landed on that. And I think we're still in a comfortable position, so I don't think it's time to pull the fire alarm with this. I say we stay at the 3.5, keep it flat and consistent as we have the last several years. Thank you.
Councilor Vincent?
Thank you, Chairman Klein. I think what's important to note, just a couple things for you, Joe. That slide 16 there. 2,000 cubic feet is the average user.
Correct.
So the difference is a 2.7 increase this year. The far right side shows that it's 2.7 increase combined of water and sewer.
Correct, in totality.
What's significant to note is last year it was 3.2%. The year before it was well over 3%. So when you look at the combined increase, at least for the 3 years that I've been on the council, this is the lowest we've gone, and the first time we've gone below 3% in a while. The other thing I wanted to compare, on slide 10, the do-nothing scenario, the projection was $55,000 surplus and 12.6 rate of return. But the second to last slide that you had was that slide 15. Can you pull that one up? It actually shows better numbers. So when you ran the 0%, you've got 127,000 surplus and a 16.8% rate of return of the budget, up from the 12.6. How come that number went up even more favorably when you ran those numbers earlier today?
I can respond to that one.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
So the do nothing is absolutely no revenue change. The option that we have here does have a 0% for the flow base, but the 10% service charge is included here. So that is a revenue change. Even though
Okay.
the flow base component is not there.
I just want to finish my comments by complimenting the Department of Public Works, Abrams Group, and the town administrator for being able to come up with a proposal for us tonight that actually shows a much lower increase than we've seen the last few years, while we're increasing the service charge. For the first time in years, we're increasing the service charge, and yet the overall increase is actually below 3% for the first time in a few years. I think that's a very significant accomplishment.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Councilor Butler, did you have something?
Yeah, I think Joe probably, I would just, and then not to be a stickler, I feel like I'm still struggling with how valid I think not valid, but how the surplus deficit and the projected retained earnings are tying together and sort of tying together year to year. it just seems like there's a couple of spots that it seems like the numbers just don't tie well.
So the door's always open.
Yeah.
At any time, we talked to Councilor Carney, Vincent, but at any time for anything, it doesn't have to be water and sewer. You're more than welcome to have all of my attention and our staff's attention to, well, 'cause that's the way to do it, simplify it and show it up.
It's more just that, like, and then maybe the Abrams group can talk. Like, I'm a little confused why especially on the sewer side, help me understand how the projected retained earnings with a surplus of 127,000 in 2025 goes up by like 500 grand.
Because of the service charge increase.
The surplus deficit doesn't change the surplus deficit should be, whatever your projected surplus or deficit shouldn't be tied to a service charge change, should it?
So if
I'm
you increase
confused
the
on page
service
15
charge-
on your overall, like, you give me an overall surplus deficit, and that's where I struggle, like, to tie those numbers from year to year. And so it seems like that, I'm just concerned that on the sewer side, we may be projecting a retained earnings of 1.6 when you might not be there, you might be at 1.2. And we may be, and again, as Councilman Vincent said, 2.7, even if we don't force the 0% rate change in, or was that with the 0%?
With the 0.
That's with the 0% rate change. Yeah, that's a great number. And we should be happy with that. I just want to, like, this is more presentation of, like, the data, and there's enough questions it would raise for me, but this is, bringing my previous life in this one, I'll just, like, go along with 2.7 is a good number.
And from the chair's perspective, I think I would tend to agree with the vice chair, which may be a minority position tonight, because, the float or the retained earnings are above 8.5%. And we've managed to do that with a couple of years of lower water rate increases. I'm a bit skeptical that we have a deficit this year because of the numbers I've mentioned relative to what we build in a wet year and what our budgeted cost of 16.5 million or whatever it was for the entire expense. I didn't get a breakdown of what was water and what was sewer. I think many of us noticed the high retained earnings on sewer right away. But that doesn't change my opinion that we could probably get away with 3.5 water without breaking the bank. But that being said, if the majority of the board feels that we go with the 0% on sewer, the 10% service charge increases, and the 5% water increase, if that's where we're going, and it seems like maybe we are, I would entertain a motion to that effect. If the town...
Public comment first.
Do we usually do public comment at this point, Steve?
Well, you need to entertain public comment at some point.
Okay. But when we do a motion, we can do it for all of the above, or do we have to do sewer and water separate?
We probably should take separate, because there's about 4 or 5 motions to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Public comment.
Sorry
Would
about
anybody like to come up to the mic and talk about water and sewer rates? Anybody online, Sherry, that might want to comment from the public, if anybody's left?
Yeah, no, we still have people here, but there is nobody for comment.
Okay. Seeing none.
In that case, Mr. Chair, I will start with a motion to increase the water and sewer service charges by 10% as recommended by the Advisory Board for Public Works.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
You have to do a
Hit the roll call.
Oh, roll call.
Sorry.
Yeah, here we go. I can blame the vice chair.
By the way, point of order, are we allowed to combine water and sewer for this one?
Combine the service charge and the rate.
Right now, we're doing the two service charges.
So my motion is just for the service charges.
Just for the service charges.
Yep.
So we'll take it that way. I
Okay.
will start with Vice Chair Dombrowski.
No.
Counselor Butler.
Yes.
Counselor Vincent.
Yes.
Counselor Butt.
Yes.
Counselor Chines.
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Carney, yes. And the chair and the service charges will vote yes. I think, Sherry, that is a 6-1 vote. Have you another motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Move to increase the water rate for fiscal year 2025 by 5% as recommended by the Advisory Board for Public Works.
Second.
Any comment before roll call vote? Seeing none, oh,
I also agree with the chair and the vice chair in terms of that we should probably lower it down to a number somewhere below 4. It'd be a 3.5 or 3 or whatever.
okay. Any other comment? We'll take it to a vote then. Counselor Dombrowski?
No.
Counselor Butler?
No.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Counselor Butt?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Carney?
Yes.
And the chair is no. I believe that the motion carries. Sherry, 4-3.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Chair, move to set the sewer rate for fiscal year 2025, or the sewer rate increase at 0% as recommended by the Department of Public Works.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Vincent. Any discussion on the 0% increase? Counselor Vincent?
Because I don't know if we have another motion. Thank you, Chair McLean. So Joe, one thing we forgot to mention, if you look there on the average user, the current bill is $266.40. The FY25 is $268.54. So if we approve the sewer rate at 0 and the water rate as we just approved at 5%, the average bill is going to go up $2.14 a quarter, or less than $10 a year. Is that correct?
Yes, your math is
sewer
quicker
For
than mine.
sewer
yes.
only.
For sewer only.
That's sewer only. The
That
sewer's
portion.
going to go up.
Correct.
Well, yeah, because I'm sorry, we're talking about sewer now. The sewer rate's going to go up $2 and change.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
The impact, yes.
Yeah, the impact.
The
Thank you.
the rate is, I'm sorry, the rate isn't going up, it's because of the service charge.
Correct. But the overall bill is going up $2.14.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? We'll go to a roll call vote. Vice Chair Dombrowski?
This is the 0% only, correct?
Yes, it
Yep.
is.
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Butler?
Yes.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Counselor Butt?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Carney?
Yes.
And the chair is yes. That one goes 7-0. Sherry? Thank
Yes.
you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
move to set the sewer flat rate.
Excuse me, did you want to do the service charge on the sewer?
We already
He
did
did
that.
both
We did both.
together.
You did
water
both
and
together
sewer
on the
for
first one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You did.
I'm sorry,
No, I got it. I want to make sure.
no worries. Mr. Chair, move to set the sewer flat rate at $402.03 per bill as recommended by the Advisory Board of Public Works.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Carney. Any comment? Then we'll go to a roll call vote. Vice Chair Dombrowski?
Yes.
Counselor Butler?
Yes.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Counselor Butt?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Carney?
Yes.
And the chair is yes. Sherry, that is a 7-0.
Correct.
All right, and finally, Mr. Chair, move to set the manual read meter fee and the septic disposal rate formula as recommended by the Advisory Board of Public Works at the fiscal year 2024 rates.
Seconded.
Seconded by Counselor Butt. Any comment? And we'll do the roll call vote. Vice Chair Dombrowski?
Yes.
Counselor Butler?
Yep.
Counselor Vincent?
Yes.
Counselor Butt?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Carney?
Yes.
And the chair is yes. Sherry, that is 7-0.
All right, and Mr. Chair, move to close the public hearing for water sewer rates for fiscal 2025.
Second.
One question I had, Town Administrator, did you have an idea that during the public meeting, we might move on to the second water meter.
I don't think you need a
Update.
public hearing for that, so you can
Okay.
close that and then move on, yep.
Alrighty, we have a motion that's seconded. Any comment on closing the public hearing? Seeing none, Counselor Dombrowski,
Aye.
Counselor Butler,
Yes.
Counselor Vincent,
Yes.
Counselor Butt,
Yes.
Counselor Chines.
Yes.
Counselor Carney.
Yes.
And the chair is yes. Sherry, that's 7-0. The public hearing is now closed on water and sewer rates for 2024.
Second one? Second one, I mean,
That's next.
That's next.
Well, and we have folks sitting right here.
right here.
I guess the question is, how much, how little? Are we talking about this tonight? I'm gonna put it over to you folks.
Nope, so I'll be brief with this, or much briefer than the last conversation. We'll try to keep it at 10,000 feet. For full transparency, we are expecting to come back and have a much more in-depth conversation about this. So I'd mentioned earlier, one of the things I didn't mention, so the moratorium on second meters, irrigation meters, whatever nomenclature you just choose to use, was voted by the then Board of Selectmen in 2009. At the time, there were a host of different reasons on why that was put into place. Holistically, since 1992, this will be the 16th time we've reviewed this, most recently back in 2022. The one thing that's different this time, generally a letter was sent to the Town Council, the Board of Selectmen, kind of explaining the reasoning and the recommendation from the Advisory Board. It was very high level. This year, they added another dimension to it and actually put together a draft policy that was sent to the Council for review from a manageability standpoint to see if some of the things that they might be inclined to recommend be part of a program for comment. One of the other things while we were discussing this topic, they thought it would be advantageous to them to know what the decision was on the vote tonight in the rate hearing, so that they could try to come up with a more dialed-in financial projection for, what a reversal of this moratorium may mean, might not. The one thing that has them a little bit hamstrung here is that they have a very limited amount of data to work off of. The sample size is very small, and it's not very longitudinal. So what essentially they've asked in the memo that went out to you was a very brief, although they will defer the timing to the decision of the council, continuance, so that they can have a chance to review what was voted into place tonight for fiscal '25, and then come up with, a financial projection and a policy recommendation that incorporates the comments from the council and the latest and greatest as far as rate information is concerned. So with that being said, the memo basically laid that out to you. I would think that they would anticipate coming in sometime again, where they'll go over, or myself through them will go over the policy, what potential, what a draft policy might look like, what a revenue impact may or may not look like, and then a final recommendation to you. So really what they're looking for is some input, digest, what was sent, comment, however it is this council decides to do that they will dial in, polish up, and get you a final presentation back to you. I'd say they're probably about 85%. I think I know where they're headed. I think they just need a couple more things to get completely comfortable with their decision to this point.
Now, they have voted to lift the moratorium. Was that what I saw in the last meeting?
They had mentioned it. What they ultimately concluded at was for a continuance, short-term continuance, to allow the town council to to weigh in basically on what they've created to this point, and then, if anybody here or any constituent feedback that you get, you might think something suggested, is off base. If there's something that we may be missing that we should talk about including in this, that, we have the right amount of eyes on it before we get to the point where we're, in a meeting trying to make a decision. So they're really deferring to you for some guidance to make sure that the lane that they've been operating in, is appropriate, and that you want them to continue forward.
One of the things, I'm sorry, Councilor Carney, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this. I've been monitoring the last two advisory board meetings. I think you guys are doing a great job, and the committee's doing a great job. But I was the one who proposed the moratorium 2009, And the situation has not changed, it's gotten worse. And quite frankly, I suggest that we look at where we'd be had we not had a moratorium. We'd have a lot of people there who have dual services coming into the house at their expense, probably mostly new homes, versus folks who couldn't afford it or didn't want to do it. And this is a matter of choice. And when we start talking about conservation of water, and God forbid, but I think within the next decade, you're going to see sometimes we're going to be looking to conserve water. I mean, we have really been lucky to be in the MWI district at a great expense, I'm sure. But the fact that, driving through Linfield and Middleton, you see signs up every year. The signs keep on going up, the warning's going up, they can't water any longer. And your people can convert to wells, but that's their only way of doing it. In this situation, we only have, well, at least I think we only have 212 people in the town that are in a situation that have, dual services. They paid for it, there's a moratorium since then, but things are even got worse. Now it's simpler. It's much cheaper for someone to put a second service in. You don't have to bring it from the street. You can add a meter, so you can hire your own plumber, get a permit from the town. So to someone who is using a lot of water, is one of the, is not conserving, but has, for reasons, they have a sprinkler system, they have a pool. We're going to be giving them a break versus people who choose to conserve. And whether it be for financial purposes, which I think is realistic. For one, I don't have a sprinkler system on my lawn. I don't want to pay for it. That eventually, that the burden is going to keep on getting worse on us. And so the people who don't use a lot of water are going to end up every year paying more because it's now more cost effective for someone who is using a lot of water to hire a plumber, probably a day's work, I'm guessing, to put a second meter in. It's not digging up your front lawn. And all of a sudden, each year, what we'll be talking about in this complicated conversation we've had tonight on rates, we're going to talk about the effect to those people who are using the least amount of water and are going to have the most increases. So, when we talk about this care group, it's going to get a lot more complicated when we start thinking about that. I would, and again, I put my argument forth, but I would like to continue the moratorium and not put the Advisory Board of Public Works through that effort for no reason at all. And I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we continue the moratorium.
Second.
I have a seconded motion to continue the moratorium. And Councilor Mullen, that is an appropriate motion for us to make. We would overrule, in essence, the advisory committee or take this out of their hands if that motion passed.
Well, they are an advisory board
Right.
only,
Right. I'm always checking, I'm always careful.
so you're free to do as you choose.
All right then. Any comment from the councilors?
Mr. Chair, can I maybe
Yes.
sort of set some context around my second? So first of all, from a policy perspective, in terms of concern that Councilor Carney raised, I'm in complete agreement. I think one of the, this is now I think the third time we've talked about the second water meters in the time that I've been on the council. And every time we do, I raise the same concern, which is what I don't want to see is people that have pools and sprinkler systems, which do include me. I don't want to see us get a break on our water bills for discretionary use that's going to fall on the backs of people that are paying more for non-discretionary use of water. And there are a couple of ways to address that. And one of the things I do appreciate is I see references to those concerns in the memo from the advisory board and kind of an acknowledgement that if we are going to look at this, the pricing structure for second water meters is a decision point and kind of a set of variables that requires some further discussion. So with all of that said, I do think because the moratorium is technically up for renewal now, I do think we need to effectively take some action to continue it, even if we want the advisory board to come back and make some other recommendations or further this discussion, just so that there's clarity in the short term that we aren't lifting the moratorium today, that it is in place now until and unless we have this broader discussion. Again, I have a strong perspective on that broader discussion that centers around making sure that we're not raising rates for lower use ratepayers. Others may have different perspectives. I think we can have that discussion in the future, but I think for now, having some clarity that kind of a lack of action today doesn't mean that we're taking the moratorium off in the short term, I think is important.
Understood. Any other comments from councilors? Councilor Butler?
I guess this is to Council Mullen. If we don't take a vote, does that mean that the moratorium on them expires as of our meeting here today?
I'd have to know what the original moratorium vote was. Was it for a moratorium for a fixed period of time?
I believe the last time that this was presented, the moratorium was continued and to be reviewed again. I think the language should be reviewed again in 2024. So we're going through the review process now.
Okay.
Well, it certainly seems like there's no harm in moving the motion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my other pushback would be, this is what tiered water pricing is intended to solve. And like, so if you want to fill up your tank, I mean, we would just, you could even add a 5th tier and make it like $20 and just make it so that it's mildly painful so that we're not impacting the low-end user, but we would potentially offer people to not have to pay sewer on something that is not going into the sewer.
So if I could interject, I think Councilor Butler brings up a good point. Really what would end up happening is the advisory board would be tasked with a series of balancing tests. Can you set up a scenario where a reversal, we know there'd be an impact to sewer revenue in some capacity. Can you set something up that may help the person who doesn't choose to participate in that on the water end? So, a little bit of a shift of the dynamic. And then can you also afford that, a situation that comes close to being utilitarian where everybody wins? So, the person that decides to use outdoor watering does not have to pay sewer. They might pay a little bit more potentially on the water end. And maybe then that, offsets that same person who's affected just at the different side of the bill structure. So there'd be a series of things like that they'll now take the rates as were just voted and kind of work through to try to create a projection on. And like I said, the data set's limited, so this will probably be something that'll get needed a few times over before you land with a baseline.
But any other? I see a hand up, a literal, not a figurative hand up. Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have worked extensively with DPW, including the director and Ms. Wade, on this, and I've also been participating with the advisory board of public works on this. And from my perspective, philosophically, the way that we have things currently structured is wholly inequitable, and I don't want people to have a misconception. I don't want the public to have misconceptions about what we're talking about here. The way that it's currently structured is that any water that is consumed by a residence or any property is has water and sewer paid on. And so what we're talking about is segregating out so that we have true billing. So water that is consumed for whatever purpose is charged to the person consuming, whereas sewer that is used is charged to the person who is making use of that. But we are now currently putting an extra tax on those who are using water not for sewer purposes. So if you are watering your lawn, watering your flowers, filling a pool, whatever you might be doing, you're only using water, but you're subsidizing the sewer. And for far too long, we've been doing that. And it doesn't make it is completely inequitable that we have a system set up like that. To Councilor Butler's point, we do have tiered billing for a reason, right? Because we try to have true billing. So we try to create, a structure whereby there are incentives or disincentives for certain behaviors. There are any number of ways that DPW and Advisory Board of Public Works can do the sort of balancing that the director was just talking about. If we're talking about choice here, it is a matter of choice, and I agree with Councilor Carney in that regard. It's a matter of choice as to whether someone wants to be able to install a second meter and incur costs associated with that install. That should certainly not be on the town's dime. But thereafter, we continue to perpetuate this really inequitable system of those that are consuming only water subsidizing the sewer for all. And that's not equitable. That is unfair, and it has been unfair for a very long time. So as I understand it, the Advisory Board of Public Works, as the director said, they're about 85% of the way. I understand their recommendation to say to temporarily extend the moratorium that's currently in place until they've completed their work and come to us with their recommendations. I would be in favor of that. I'm not in favor of kind of a blanket moratorium. I'm in favor of a caveated one, continuing the status quo until they come back. They've been working on this for months, and I expect within the coming months we'll have some more, a fuller recommendation from them. But this notion that somehow that everyone is getting screwed over by this, that's just not the case. This should be a choice that people can make, and if they want to spend the extra to get the infrastructure in place to be able to have that on their property, they should have a right to do that. And then thereafter, they should pay for what exactly it is that they're consuming, which is the water, and not subsidizing the sewer, because that's not part of this. So I am adamantly opposed to the idea of just rubber stamping a further moratorium. I would be in support of the moratorium extending briefly until we have Advisory Board of Public Works issue their recommendations to us for them to have a further and fuller discussion. Thank you.
We have a motion seconded. Counselor, are you proposing an amendment or just stating your position on what is proposed?
Proposing an amendment, I don't know if you want to call it a friendly amendment, but the amendment being that we temporarily continue the moratorium until the Advisory Board of Public Works has issued their recommendations to us, at which time the council would have a fuller discussion and then ultimately make a determination about second water meters and/or an extension of the moratorium.
Is there a second on the motion to amend?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Counselor Vincent by a nose. Any discussion on the amendment? Counselor Chen.
I think it's a little bit of a distinction without a difference. Again, my intention would be I would like the advisory board to continue the work, and I want this to come back to the council for discussion. And I think it will be a robust discussion that will require some time. I'd like to point out that, any moratorium that we put in place, we can revoke at any point in time. And so I don't think that the path forward, that I suggested in seconding Councilor Carney's motion is actually different from the path forward that Councilor Dabrowski is suggesting. I think either way, we're really proposing to make sure that right now, because we don't have a decision in place, we keep the moratorium going, understanding that we may revisit that based on what we hear from the advisory board. Again, that's subject to a future.
Councilor trying to vote then on the amendment.
No, you don't have my vote on the amendment because again, we can revoke the moratorium at any point in time when we're ready to make a different determination. Which
So
maybe
it's not a distinction without a difference.
maybe if I could finish, please. Which may be in 2 months, or it may be in 6 months, or it may be never. The point is, we will have this discussion again, and so I don't really see the point in not extending the moratorium right now, given that we're not ready to take action on a different policy today.
I would say that the motion as I heard it, and maybe the intent of the motion and the motion itself may have actually been different, but it seemed that, and Councilor Carney can correct me, Councilor Carney suggested that he wanted the moratorium essentially, that we can just make the moratorium and essentially stop the advisory board from, there's no need for them to do further work on this. So that's where I was saying, no, I don't think that is. So you're saying something different than, you're saying you seconded something different than I think, and I think that's where you might be distinction without a difference. Again, I'm fine, I suppose we have to keep the moratorium in place. Otherwise you have a lineup of people at your door tomorrow getting a second meter. But I do think we want the advisory board to come back to us. We don't want, I'm very much opposed to having the advisory board, stop looking into this.
Any other comment on the amendment?
Yeah, let me say this. A lot of things have changed in this town over the last 15, 20 years, and I think you all realize that we've become a very more affluent town. and there are more people who can put in sprinkler systems, and there are more people who can afford pools, okay? And there's some people out there who can't afford it. Now, I could go either way. I'm not in a situation, I'm not talking about myself. I disagree with Councilor Dombrowski, because I think the burden is on the people who don't want to go out and take those avenues. And I think you'd be looking at this from a different colored glass if all of a sudden, 3-4 years from now, we all of a sudden have a situation where we really have to conserve water. That MWRA comes down, like Linfield comes down against their citizens who are pumping it out of the ground down in Linfield. They say, hey, wait a minute, we're gonna put a sign up here. Only sprinkle once a week or what have you. And I think it's a shame that we're not thinking of the conservation side of this, and the fact that, you know, we have a system here to supply a service to our town, which includes water and sewer, okay? Now, all of a sudden, we're saying, okay, for you folks who can't afford to have a sprinkler system on your lawn or a pool, we're gonna charge you extra, because that's what's actually gonna happen, okay? They're gonna get charged extra for the use of their water, because the fact that they're getting a sewer charge, and people who can afford it, and this is a affluent town. And let me say this, it's a lot different than what happened 15 years ago, okay? In this town, the small costs, I'm pretty somewhat familiar with it, and I think Joe would agree. It's not gonna cost a lot to put a second meter in. They're gonna get flooded with applications, okay? And people, and especially if they've got a sprinkler system, it'd be very simple to pull a plumber and put a second meter in under this new system that we can make ourselves available to. So I think that's the shame. I think it was a shame that we even let it happen up to 212 people going back 20 years ago. I mean, that was something that kind of, there was a difference between the Board of Public Works and the Board of Selectmen back then, and we didn't always agree on things. So I look at it a different thing than Ed. I appreciate Ed's opinion, but, you know, I think it's, I was saying that, and Doug, you asked the question. Yeah, my motion was to make it permanent.
Yeah, no, I know.
To take the burden off the Board of Advisory
So
Board of
just
Public
making
Works.
sure
'Cause
Jonathan knew what he was
you know,
seconding.
have them go and take all this effort. It's not a little effort, it's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
And my math in my mind right now saying, I don't know how you're ever gonna do that.
But tiered pricing is what's different from 2008, though. We didn't have tiered pricing in 2008. It was like everybody paid the same
You know,
amount.
in 2008, it would cost you a couple $1,000 at that cost to put in a second water service, okay? You know, back then, people wouldn't think of it. It was someone doing a new home or an addition, and they'd add a second service, and they took advantage of one of the 212 people back then. Yeah, I'm telling you, everybody knows a plumber. You put the plumber in, you get a permit from the town. That use is going to go up pretty quickly. And in fact, probably why, Joe, you were considering that as part of your budget, the fact that anticipating the fact that people might start coming applying for that.
I think too that is why the policy part
Yeah.
of the exercise makes sense. I'll paraphrase from it, but essentially there's a line in there that basically is suggestive to the point where it would give the town the right to suspend it for any reason at any time. So, you know, should one of those scenarios that you explained, it's clearly written in there when you potentially may choose to partake in that, you know, should, you know, Big Brother or a higher authority of jurisdiction come down on us and say, hey, you're not meeting your requirement, you need to, you know, get yourself squared away, at least that's transparent from the very beginning, you know. So just another dimension to that to try to, you know, be as well informed as we can.
In terms of any other comments from any of the other counselors on the amendment, whether it's on the amendment or however we end up here, Joe, you have also asked for feedback. The one thing that struck me about the hour-long process that you folks were in the advisory committee were going through was this. You know, the top 100 users were somewhere in the neighborhood of $132,000 shift. That alone, only the top tier, and you had 13 of them, would have resulted in a rate increase of 0.75%, I believe, to the remainder of the folks. Multiply that out by about the 650 grand that all of your groups represent, even if you did all of those groups, now we're talking about a pretty large shift in terms of rate increase to the folks who are not taking advantage of whatever the board comes up with. That's struck me, because here we voted 0% tonight, right, on the sewer. And this could be another, what, 5-6% or whatever, more, depending on whether they're offsetting costs, but then where's the equity in that?
That's the great unknown. So until you get into it, we can guess by comparing ourselves to our neighbors of what we think the participation rate might be. But I mentioned the multi-year piece, you're really not going to be completely sure-footed until you're in it. But I mentioned the balancing test, so that's a projection, and those 100 users, the comparison was cold weather bills versus warm weather bills. What you'll see, I think, when you see this subsequently is those who had the greatest difference, some sort of habit is changing, and they're most likely going to be pursuing this, quicker, than someone that may or may not water. So now, can you take, those 100 accounts and estimate to the best of your ability at this point what that impact might be, and then now start running the test, start balancing, see if you can shift it so that everything stays level. That's the piece that needs a little bit more time, and we'll get more accurate now that the data set's updated. Depending on what the time is that the council would ask that the advisory board be ready to represent on this, we will see the July billing cycle most likely go through a complete. So we'll have another updated bill file that we can use as part of that with them.
If there are no further comments, Councilor Butler?
One other question. Since we voted on the tiers and we voted on that tier pricing, and that's now set for 2025, I assume.
Mhm.
I don't see how we could end the moratorium before the end of whatever fiscal year, or can we change these prices subsequent to this? Because, look, the ending the moratorium means you have to change your tiered pricing for water and sewer. You can't keep it the same, because then you are getting what John is talking about, or both Johns, is you get a decidedly unfair switch over to the people who are using that second meter. You have to be able to adjust pricing then on those folks who have a second meter, and that's what I'm not sure. If we've just voted one way and it doesn't matter, then I would say we have to continue the moratorium until fiscal year, the end of fiscal 25.
I would imagine that the board, after they get feedback from the council, would probably end up coming to the conclusion where they would propose an irrigation rate, whatever that might be. So maybe you would potentially, you just set your rates for domestic potable water, then maybe you would essentially, I don't know if it would involve another hearing, that might be a Mr. Mullen question, but you would essentially be creating an additional rate, additional
So your
irrigation,
second would
potentially.
just be at a whole different rate. Yeah.
Or if at the, advice of the council, it could be something that after you digest what was provided to you, that maybe running through the tiers is appropriate. Those are the type of things that the board is looking to try to narrow in. Do you want to see them develop? If you're gonna classify that type of consumption as non-essential, should there be a differential rate brought to that? Should it run through the tiers, consistent with the, domestic side of the house? Should you include a service charge on that? Because now you have another meter.
So you're saying we haven't hamstrung ourselves for this decision for the coming year. That's fine. That's all I need to know.
My interpretation of it is everything is on the table. They're just looking to try to narrow the focus for the ones.
If I could just say, Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simply looking to maintain the status quo to allow the Advisory Board of Public Works to continue its work, and several very good questions that have been raised would be appropriately discussed at a later point in time. But I'm not looking to have the original motion go forward, because that creates something I think very different. So all I'm saying is maintain the status quo, and my motion reads to that effect. Maintain the status quo, let the Advisory Board finish its work, let it come back to us, let us have a robust discussion, make determinations from there, and then the status of the moratorium would be reevaluated. So I don't see how just maintaining that, in the interim, should be controversial, and I fail to see how that shouldn't garner a 7-0 vote. But that's the reason for my nuanced motion, which I do not agree is a distinction without a difference.
Counselor Chines.
And again, I don't think it matters one way or the other because I think it is a distinction without a difference. At the end of the day, whichever version of the motion that we vote for, to lift the moratorium, we will have to take another vote at some other point in time. And so that was my only point. We can, pass, we can approve Counselor Dombrowski's motion, or we can approve the original motion. I think at the end of the day, how that affects what we materially do next as a council is effectively unchanged.
Counselor Butt.
Can I ask what the advisory board looks at this? So Joe, something you said earlier was that about 47% fall not in the top tiers, right? Or kind of the lower tiers, so about 50%.
Correct.
So listening to what Councilor Carney said, I would love when the advisory board in the future, when they look at this, would they factor in kind of people in the lower tiers like me? So I think we see the benefit of people who have pools, who have sprinkler systems, and how much money they will potentially save. I actually would love to know what that 47% whose sewer rates would go up, what that would cost me. And I would love to see like distinct numbers on that, just like, and I know that's what they're looking into, but I really, it is every time, and I think I've talked about it one more time than Councilor Ty, and so we have this conversation, and Councilor Carney is right. There are more houses, there are more people that would be willing to do this, but it'll cost me, who doesn't have a pool and doesn't have a sprinkler system, more money. And I'd just love to know I'd love to see those numbers as well.
I would imagine there'd probably be two main courses to that conversation, the policy component and then exactly what you said.
Yeah, great.
So, and then here are some recommendations or suggestions to offset that, diminish the effect of that. At the sake of sounding presumptuous, they can balance the scales, everybody wins. But they need to go through that to be able to do that. So that's exactly the type of data that will be expanded upon and then presented.
Yeah. And I just think just seeing the direct numbers, because then all the conversations I know they haven't done a deep dive, but it's a cost saving for people who can afford it, and it hasn't really been shown how much, right? So yeah, and I think Doug's right, Councilor Butler's right? Is there something creative we could do with a tier 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? They're the experts, they're the advisors. So you tell us, and then we can revisit this.
Counselor
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you realize I appreciate the Advisory Board of Public Works, their independence. I would have nothing against them continuing to do any research to try to convince this council of the right way to path that would be fair to everybody. I have no problem with that. I'm not suggesting that we're going to dictate what the Advisory Board of Public Works does. I'm just suggesting we play it safe at this point in time.
Anything further before we take a roll call vote on Vice Chair Dombrowski's amendment, friendly or otherwise? Hearing none, I am going to start with you, Ed.
Yes, on the amendment.
Counselor
Yes, on the
Butler
amendment.
is a yes. Counselor Vincent
Yes.
is a yes. Counselor Butt
Yes.
is a yes. Counselor
Yes.
Chines, yes. Counselor Carney.
I'll make it unanimous.
Well, I will make it. That's 7-0. Sherry, motion with the amendment carries. And
Do we need to technically vote for?
No, we need to vote for the
We need to
new
vote
main
for the
motion.
actual amended motion now.
Yeah.
the amended motion.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, on the amended motion, Counselor Dombrowski,
Yes.
Counselor Butler,
Yes.
Counselor Vincent,
Yes.
Counselor Butt,
Yes.
Counselor Chines.
Yes.
Counselor Carney.
Yes.
And the chair is yes, that's 7-0. Sherry,
Thank you.
thank you. Perhaps back to the agenda, 5A, North Avenue Flex Poles discussion. And thank you very much, Joe and Ann, for your
thank you.
presentation. And thank Mark if he's no longer on when you see him. Or Matt, I'm sorry, it's Matt.
Thank you. Good evening, folks. Town Engineer Bill Renault to talk about North Ave. I did have a PowerPoint. There we go. All right. So, kind of following up from our last meeting on June 10th, we kind of diverted a little bit from the flex post discussion into lane widths and different stuff. Unfortunately, during that discussion, I misspoke on my curb to curb width as I did the math in my head. So apologies on that. I know a couple of you folks went out to kind of double check a couple things, and you're correct that it is a lot smaller than 36 because we designed to be a lot smaller than 36. So the game plan today is kind of to go through essentially the background from what we discussed way back in December 12th of 22. Move on to how we design the North Ave and go through the processes and some of the design constraints that we had to work with. And then giving a bunch of example cross sections in Wakefield. I think Councilor Dombowski had asked that at the last meeting for various areas within Wakefield, and then also another job that was done by that FHWA is recommending as kind of an example project that's in Melrose. And then jumping to the flex post discussion after all of that. So back in 2022, we came in to discuss our MassWorks grant and some cost savings that we received on a $2 million grant. Originally, that was all supposed to be for water main installation to support a lot of the development towards the head of the lake. In our design efforts, we were able to save about $500,000 and still meet the fire flow, which was really the reason we were looking for the extra water main work to be done. As part of that, I requested from the MassWorks folks to have a $500,000 shared use path constructed on North Ave with the remaining money that we were able to save. They were supportive of that and allowed us to move forward. During our design discussions, we went and met with the Safe Streets Working Group, a couple of counselors as well, and we came up with a series of cross sections. So 4 cross sections was what was presented to you folks back in 2022. First cross section was a 12-foot wide raised area that would be 4 feet for bike lane, 8 feet for sidewalk. Cross section 2 looked at essentially just a 5-foot bike lane within the road. You'll note that we have a 11-foot travel lane and then a 15-foot travel lane. The 15-foot, the intent was that folks would be able to get around the bus as it goes in one direction on North Ave. Cross section 3 incorporated some additional comments as we worked through my first 2 cross sections. Request to incorporate a wider bike lane as well as a 2 to 3 foot buffer from the travel lane and traffic. And then cross section 4, which looked at a raised 7-foot bike lane with a 10-foot sidewalk, which I recommended that we don't actually move forward with due to the grading, the difficulty making the grading work for that, and the drainage, because our drainage would have increased significantly. You'll note that the preferred cross section was cross section 3. That was what we moved forward with. That had a 10-foot sidewalk, the 5 to 6 foot bike lane, which I mentioned at the last meeting, 2 to 3 foot gore strip buffer in between, 11 to 12 foot travel lanes, and then a 1 foot shoulder. And that was what we moved forward into design. This kind of shows some examples of what it would look like in the road. You'll note that the center line would be moving towards the west side of the roadway, so kind of orientate yourself. We have Reading to the left, Melrose would be to the right. So in going through our design, we have to look at a bunch of different pieces. So besides just the preferred cross section, we have to start getting into the site constraints. So we have a whole slew of things that we look at. So besides location of underground utilities like gas gates, we also have an underground duct bank that's right in the middle of where we're trying to do all of this work. We have utility poles that we had to relocate. We have some manholes that were existing that we couldn't relocate. We also had grading. We have a bunch of fencing within the area, so grading becomes a little bit more complex because we don't want to replace everybody's fence. We want to keep all the grading work within the right-of-way. We have to make the drainage work, and then we're trying to also meet the existing aprons that are there. So these are kind of highlighting different sections within the roadway that we had to contend with. What that turned out to be is a 32-foot wide, not 36, 32-foot wide shared use path for the majority of the roadway that's being reconstructed. So that would be a 10-foot shared use path, 6-foot bike lane. The buffer varied between 2 and 3. We try to keep it closer to 2. We tried to increase the drive lanes, as we heard from the council when we were presenting our preliminary, that, tried not to shrink the drive lanes as much as possible. So we kind of split the middle of what we had presented. So we went with 2 11.5-foot lanes and the 1-foot shoulder. On the other side of the street, there's a 5-foot sidewalk that was installed as well. We do have some areas where we had to neck it down a little bit, but only about 6 inches. So we're down to 31.5 as the paved cross section in our small section. Any questions on that before I jump to example cross sections in town?
I'm just curious, Bill, where did the 36 feet come from?
I was doing the math in my head and did it incorrectly. So I outlined the cross section that was presented, and then when I was doing the math in my head, I did it incorrectly.
And on these, if one is proceeding south in a southerly fashion, there's going to be a 1-foot
shoulder, essentially.
shoulder?
Yep, so the white line would be offset a
You
foot
would
from the curb.
expect bicyclists to be in that 1-foot?
We wouldn't expect that. No, the intent was that would be a shared use. We put the sharrow in there if we were to do that. That's what we would have there, is a sharrow.
So, forgive me, because we're
Yeah.
running out of space here.
Yep.
Are they on the sidewalk, the bicycles, if they're proceeding
No, they're in
south?
it's a shared lane, just like you would have on a bunch of other roads in town.
Okay, so there's
Salem
no,
Street,
there's no
there's other.
sharrow, there's no sharrow, there's no.
It would be a
3 or 4
sharrow, essentially, just saying you can use the lane. They would take the lane if
Right.
they're going south, yeah.
But there's only 1 foot of space.
Yeah, correct. Yep, the
Other
intent
than-
was
other
that,
than the
the intent
traffic.
was that the request was to keep it towards the lakeside in that dialogue that we were having. So that's why this was was designed as it was. Okay, so lane widths became a big discussion. So looking at some examples where we have some narrower stuff, this was sort of existing condition and what remained. We have 11-foot turn lanes, as you can see. So we have a coming towards town. We have an 11-foot lane, 11.5-foot lane. Going into Reading, we have 2 11-foot lanes. So we have some areas where it necks down even smaller than what we're proposing for the travel lanes. Further down by the Galvin Middle School, we have even smaller where we neck down to 10.5-foot lanes and an 11-foot lane. So you can see 11.5-foot turn lane to get into the Galvin if you're taking a left. If you're driving towards Main Street, you would have a 10.5-foot lane. And if you're driving towards Reading, you'd have an 11-foot lane. So I also looked at Salem Street because one of the discussions was about trucks and ambulances and obviously the fire apparatus, how all of that would work. So we did some measurements along Salem Street where we kept the curb lines when we reconstructed that section of road. We kept the curb lines in the same location, repainted what was there. So this is what was there prior to me going in to pave it. So basically our travel lanes are varying between 11.5 to 12.7 feet. Realistically, the average is about 12 feet of lane. Shoulders, they vary between about 2 to a little less than 5. Average was about 3 or so. And then I have a series of cross sections through at Lowell, Eunice, Drummer, Tyler, as you can see. Rather than reading them all off, somewhere between 29 feet curb to curb to about 31 feet curb to curb. So looking at FHWA, they have an example that was done in their 2016, incorporating on-road bicycle networks. This is an example that actually is Lynn Fells Parkway. So we went out there to measure a couple so we could see how that compares to what we're doing on North Ave as well. So by Donna Road, you can see it really necks down to 2 10-foot drive lanes. That's not something I necessarily would propose. I think that's getting very tight. I wouldn't necessarily go down to that. But the area by Athens Drive, you can see, so they have 13 and 14-foot drive lanes. I would note that the bike lane on the right-hand side, 3.5 feet, is not compliant with their guidelines. So it's interesting that they would pick this as one of their example projects, but they did. So any questions on existing existing cross-sections.
Councilor Carney.
I'm trying to figure out on the proposal, it's 6-foot bike lane and it's 3-foot buffer.
Yep.
What is that? Is that just painting on the ground?
It's painting, yeah, so the original proposal, if I jump back, okay, so it's the top right-hand corner is what you're looking at, right? So we had, initially we had proposed it as 5 to 6 foot. We were asked to maximize as much for the bikes at the time, through the conversations with the council at that meeting and in previous meetings. So it's essentially a 2 to 3 foot wide hatch. So you'd have 2 lines that go through and then they'd hatch it off.
Okay,
So, yeah.
It's
So
painted, a painted section of it.
that's what we initially proposed, and then as we move forward with the design and in the discussions at the council back in '22, you guys asked for the flex post to be incorporated. So that's kind of showing what is here, so that's where the flex post comes into that cross section.
I'm not sure if anybody, I'm sure people probably went to the farmer's market this weekend, but I was there at 10:30. And there was other events going on at the lake at the same time. It was busy time at the lake over the weekend. And there were cars parked, actually, and I may be wrong, but the first time I've seen they were parked actually right adjacent to the field. They don't usually come that far towards Church Street, but the cars, there's 50 cars from there to the cemetery. This proposal is going to eliminate all parking.
Well, there's no parking on the road currently. I mean, before we started, there was a shoulder that was wide, but it wasn't wide enough for parking.
So
Yep.
those 50 cars that were at the farmer's market this weekend, both parking lots, the one at the field, at Veterans Field, and there's one at the park, Hall Park, and the 2 at the Municipal Light Department were all filled. The street in the cemetery, between the Jewish cemetery and Lakeside Cemetery, completely filled. And there were 50 cars along North Ave.
And these were not jumping the curb?
Right,
These were
so there's no way.
In the road, yeah.
You know,
in the road.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
you're gonna be able to have cars there, because that takes up all of the extra space there. So again, we have a situation here where this is accommodating people who want a bike, okay? And I ride a bike, I'm not a speedster, but I ride a bike. I actually, to be honest with you, I think there's been improvement here, but from other people's philosophy, I'm probably wrong, because I enjoyed riding on the sidewalk this weekend.
Which is fine. I mean, that's, yeah.
I stayed on the sidewalk, so there weren't any people there.
Sure.
You know, I realize you can't do that when there's a walk around the lake, but there were enough inlets where I could get onto. I felt safe. I haven't felt as safe. Now, mind you, I go at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you don't have as much traffic, but I haven't felt as safe being 3 feet further out.
Sure.
So now, when you go 9 feet further out, as the situation is right now, I'll be driving 3 feet away from the gutter, and cars coming around me will go across the yellow line. Okay, so they're going to go into the other lane to get around me. And bicyclists come down the other side of the road.
Sure.
Coming down the other direction,
Yep.
okay? When you use this, this traffic calming method here, by closing the lanes, I don't think it's safe, to be honest with you. I know you get documentation that says it is. I personally don't think it's that safe.
Okay.
I think the people who are going down, especially down the other side, which is not protected, where there is no bike lane, are taking their lives in their own hand. And to a citizen who lives up by the lake, were talking to me about, her child who does a paper route up there. I would never let my child go up on a paper route in a bike in that kind of an atmosphere. So, there's different ways of things. I know Connie sounds like he's against these people who drive bikes. No, I'm not. But you're trying to take something from someone else to make this work. You're trying to make it work in a space that just does not fit.
Yeah,
and that's my opinion.
Yeah. And the tough situation on my end, obviously, is that we discussed this back in '22, and I was given direction on how to do it. So, we gave a bunch of different examples previously, in 2022 on different ways to kind of make all of this work. I think part of it, you got to keep in mind that yellow line is going to move, right? So you'll have some more room on that side too. So that's another piece to keep in mind. We originally were looking at a 12-foot wide shared use path. That was how we started with it. So that's what I had asked for the grant for. And then we modified it again to incorporate the bike lane and discuss all that stuff with them. So just so you have, the history of how the plan was developed. So, yeah.
Sure. I appreciate what you've done, and you try to make it effective on the other side, the lakeside, if I might bring that up, just as a comparison. When you go on Main Street, okay, you use the MWRA right-of-way map, okay, which said you had 60 feet.
Yep.
I know you don't.
Sections were 60, sections are 55, but yeah, we've talked about this before, yeah, sure.
Some areas 51.
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, my measurement stick worked. Yeah, so the bottom line is, you know, when you're planning something, and just so I don't sound like I'm coming out of nowhere, you know, I've been in the bus industry all my life. I've planned busways, I've planned bus garages, facilities. You know, you look at learning curves, and you look at stuff like that, and you look at it and say, wait a minute, how's this going to all fit and come together? Okay. And I understand that people would like something to go from Malden all the way up to Andover. And I, you know, those people have their right to speak. And I appreciate the gentlemen who come twice to speak to us. They have the right to their opinion. But in my opinion, I don't think it's safe. And I think you're taking away the parking, you're taking away from other people to make this work. The farmer's market is going to hurt by that. You know? That's my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Butt.
Just a point of clarification, we already approved, as Bill just said, we already approved these changes in 2022. So our vote today, or our discussion today is about the flex polls, right? I mean, we've got the grant money, you started the work, it's almost done. I saw it too this weekend. So we're not rehashing what we already voted on, what this council voted on in 2022.
So I went back to watch that meeting, obviously, in preparation. We didn't have a vote. It was decided just to move forward. That's how you folks asked me to do it. So there wasn't a vote taken for some reason, whatever that reason was at the time. I don't know. But so the council has on other examples. So you've done it for Albion Street. There was a vote for that. And it was decided at that meeting for some reason not to take a vote. But I was told to move forward with the plan. So by everybody that was there. So a bunch of you were part of that.
Councilor Chines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did go back and rewatch that meeting as well. And, you know, there are times where as a council we've taken a vote, and there are times as a council where we've given direction to our staff based on a sense of the discussion at the meeting. And I think this was one where the sense of the discussion at the meeting and the direction, I think, was very clear around, you know, bike path, separated 2 to 3 foot bore strip, you know, with some sort of temporary barrier, flex posts or whatever. I guess flex posts are a different thing based on the public comment from Mr. Spalding, but I do think that it was sort of clear direction. And so I would agree with Councilor Butt that I think, you know, the question that this sort of, where this all seemed to start in recent efforts was, you know, do we go ahead with the flex posts or not? And we had some discussion at the last meeting of that. I would view, based on, you know, what we've designed, the construction documents that you guys have posted on the website for months and months and months, which show the plan and the bike path and the lanes and the, you know, the widths as we've discussed here. I mean, I would view that as an in-process project that, you know, the council deemed should move forward a year and a half ago.
Well, as someone who has always taken the position when we get into bike ped plans and everything else, why don't we see what happens? Why don't we see what happens with North Ave? You've heard me say that before.
I have, definitely. Yeah, we actually talked about it on a site walk.
Yeah, and you initially didn't propose the flex poles. I don't know if that means, you know, you have an opinion that they're not necessary. I've never asked you the question.
Right.
I'll ask you the question.
Necessary? I mean, I would say it adds another level of safety. I mean, there are studies that show that. You know, I've gone through a couple. Councilor Vincent had mentioned, you know, a couple of things to read through, and you know, there are, you know, typically what you see is about a 30% reduction if you have the lanes being created, and then you can add another 30 to 40% on top of that by adding some type of demarcation, whatever that may be, not just paint.
And
so
people send me the links, and if you follow the links, it'll take you to a study that looked at Seattle, Washington, urban settings.
Yep, you got it.
It was questionable, somewhat questionable data, and they say it's because it's self-reported by people who ride bikes. I'm not dissing it, but I'm saying
I totally agree.
That applies to Wakefield, Massachusetts entirely.
Yeah.
On all fours.
Right.
That being said, there have been some changes in data. You know, the reason Mr. Connie and I went out at 5 AM was because we thought the street was getting pretty skinny.
Yep.
And we measured. So I think it's legitimate to ask you, we're not rehashing things, we're based on current factual data. If we had the town administrator send it to all of the town councilors, we don't hide anything.
Sure.
You know, if we're at 31.1 feet, I think it's fair to ask you, who gets nicked? I mean, it can't be the 1 foot on the other side of the road. Do we now have a 5-foot bike lane instead of a 6?
Yep.
Do we have a 2-foot gore strip instead of
The
a
gore
3?
strip is where we
The gore
focused
strip
it.
is where the hit will be
That's what,
taken.
yeah, we wanted to maintain the lanes stay. I mean, we thought that was critical in the design as part of it, so.
And having known about the Commonwealth's law, where you have to have a 4 feet space between bicyclists
Yeah.
for a good year or so, it amazes me that some people don't know that
It's also
law's
not just bicyclists though. It's also, so if someone's walking on a sidewalk that has a curb right against you, it's not clear on that either. It says 4
Right.
feet. It says 4 feet for any vulnerable road user. It doesn't make distinctions whether you're in the bike lane or not.
Right.
Tried to research that with MassDOT today. That didn't happen. I didn't get any calls back on that.
Yeah, but if the law is the law, it's legal to cross the.
Of course, and that, and whether that's happening in practice, I mean, obviously, there's no case law for it either at this point, so it'll
Right.
obviously develop over the years. That's how this stuff happens.
Right. Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. Thanks, Bill and Joe, for meeting with me a couple times on this, and that's where I'm going to hone in. There was a substantial change in the law in April of 2023, after our discussion in December of 2022.
Sure.
The Act to Reduce Traffic Fatalities, which requires in Massachusetts to have 4 foot to pass vulnerable road users, which includes bicyclists.
Sure.
As I discussed with you today, my concern is I actually wanted the buffer size, personally, I wanted the buffer size to be 4 feet. I know that can't happen because I don't trust Massachusetts drivers to give 4 feet to vulnerable users, and I wanted to make sure that was there by having a 4 foot buffer.
Right.
I understand we can't do that because of the math of fitting this. But what is the possibility of making the buffer 3 feet and reducing the bike lane to 5? Because
That can be
if
done.
we put 75% of that 4 feet, that we make cars have to adhere to the 75% of the 4 feet they have to yield, then a Massachusetts driver only has to remember to yield 1 more foot as opposed to having to yield all 4 feet. And I said this to you guys earlier, and I don't mind saying this publicly. I've driven all around the world in my 26 years in the Navy, and other than a few cities in Europe, I find that the Massachusetts drivers are some of the ones that scare me the most. So I would prefer to
I think
have a
everyone
3
agrees
foot.
with that, yeah.
I would prefer to have a 3 foot gore and reduce the bike lane to 5 feet. But the one thing I'm still unclear on, so I decide I want to take my bike and I want to go from the farmer's market all the way up to on North Avenue before I get to the overpass. And then I want to turn around and come back.
Yep.
I can't use the bike lane for both of those.
No. So we were asked to develop it and put it, so you would use the shared use path. That's what you would do.
So on the other side, we just have to hope that Massachusetts drivers yield 4 feet.
Yeah,
When I'm
that
driving on
was
the
part
other
of the
side.
discussion at the time. We only,
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough with these things because we are in constrained right of ways.
But
So,
because the law
you know,
has changed since
right.
we had the discussion in December 2022,
Yep.
I would be more comforted if the gore became 3 feet and the bike lane was reduced to 5.
Okay,
That's just my personal feeling.
sure.
Thank you.
Councilor Chance.
You know, I could also sort of put another point on that is make the gore 3 feet and reduce the travel lanes from 11.5 to 11. I mean, the lanes on 128, the lanes that are built for interstate highways are 12 feet. I think, the fact that we've got an 11.5-foot travel lane in both sides, quite frankly, I think is probably more than we need. I see the point, and I appreciate the research that's been done on the buffer rule, but, I do not share, I think, the opinion that you've heard from some counselors that, we're taking too much away from cars on the street. We are still having 2 travel lanes that are more than adequate based on federal DOT standards for a road of this nature. We are not taking parking away because there is no parking allowed on that street today. And so, when we talk about, doing all these things for bikes and taking away things from other people, I have yet to see what we're taking away from anyone else. And we've kind of made a lot of compromises for pedestrian users, bike users, and others. I think if we need to increase the buffer zone, I personally would be more inclined to reduce the width of the travel lanes for cars. And I think that'll have an impact on speeds as well.
Mike, I think Ed had his hand up.
Oh, man, beat me to it.
Will you?
Ed beat me to it.
Yeah, Counselor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Bill, for your continued work on this. I think there's one point I wanted to make sure that we're clear on, everyone watching. The sidewalk on the eastern side is wider, so that's 10 feet now. But it's, to my recall, only about that additional space was captured by going inland, not into the road. I think we only took about one foot of road, right, in order to be able to create that 10-foot expanse. Is that correct?
No, it's more than that, to be honest with you, Councilor Dabrowski. I'd probably say 2 or 3 feet. We kind of had to split the middle a little bit to make that work. So in one of my slides, I kind of explained we got to meander the road a little bit within the layout to make it work. So some sections.
So when we moved like poles, for instance, you know, all of that. I mean, how much were we capturing of the 10 by doing that?
Well, so keep in mind the right of way goes back to where the poles are, right? So we're in front of that. So we shifted, I want to say, probably 3 or 4 feet in, 3 feet.
Okay.
4 feet. Somewhere in that range.
And then on the roadway, we took probably what? Then you're saying about 2-ish on average, 2 to 3.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
We consumed about how much of the road for the wider path?
For the wider path, well, that
the sidewalk. We widened. So we took land from the one side, right?
Yeah,
we moved the poles.
So you're saying shifting the curb line in, we moved that somewhere between 3 and 4 feet in most sections. Yeah. Yep.
And then on Quantico Parkway, there's a similar project, or I should say, there's a similar multi-use component that you're I think in the process of designing at this point, or perhaps has been designed.
It's been designed.
Are there flex poles anticipated with that project?
No, because the layout there is a lot smaller. We weren't able to get a bike lane in, so we have it as a share-out. And then when you go around, when you go around the back of the new development, there's a bike lane that gets developed there. Because there's going to be a boardwalk that goes along the, kind of along between the development and the lake. And to keep bikes off of that, they created a bike lane to go around the back of the back of the buildings. But that's the only section that has a bike lane. And then the rest should be back.
Otherwise, it's a share. It's
the sharrows and shared use paths. Yep, that's how it would be done.
Right.
Yep.
Because I think we can't lose sight of the fact that North Avenue is a major thoroughfare, and I hear a lot of concerns about safety that folks have raised, and they're reasonable concerns. But the bottom line is that we can't fit this square peg into this round hole. This is predominantly traffic that's coming off of the highway or heading to the highway. It is a major thoroughfare of our town. I appreciate the comparisons, Bill, you offer with the turning lane in Galvin, for instance. If you've been in that turning lane, you know it's super tight.
Okay.
Similarly, Salem, although the lanes may be narrower, there's significant shoulder on both sides. In comparison to what we're talking about here. I think those are two very significant distinctions. I know at least 2 of my colleagues have spent considerable time tracking the proportion of vehicular traffic versus cyclist traffic, and they can speak to the numbers, but I think there's probably 1 cyclist for every 100 cars or thereabouts. And so I feel like we have limited real estate just by function of how we've developed as a community over how many centuries now, and as a result, we just have space limitations. And I think we need to find ways in which we're using the optimizing the space so we're having the most benefit to the most people. And I don't think that what we're talking about here is achieving that. And I disagree with the fact that this had all been completely settled. I think any of these projects are always a work in progress as people are seeing them. As the public is seeing them. I've received tremendous feedback from folks after they've seen the wider pathway now. And what that means, they've thought about this in different ways. At this point, Mr. Renaud, we don't have any obligation to do anything more than the Sharrow on North Ave, correct? we're not committed to having to create a bike lane.
We have it in our contract, but I wouldn't say that that's something critical. Based on the cost difference, it's nothing. So I don't think that's really there's not much of a difference on our end on that. So, and again, I think I said at the last meeting too, you know, again, it's paint, so we can try it out and we can always repaint. I mean, that is something, the way I look at this too. So I focus a lot on the curb to curb width because I think that's what we can't change at this point. So, you know, it's really how we reallocate what's in the middle is, you know, can be discussed in a year from now. It could also, you know, if you want to change that because it's not working the way you folks think it should.
I would say that we have cyclists who are raising concerns about their safety, which I respect, as does, you know, Mr. Carney. I know you mentioned earlier, and I'm sure everyone does. But if it's becoming too onerous on the town to be able to create a feeling of safety for the community, then maybe this just doesn't make sense. I think we have to like really step back and say, okay, well, you know, what is the purpose here? North Ave has always been and will always be used for vehicular traffic predominant. That's just the reality. And I don't think we should have families biking down North Avenue. I don't care if we have a gore strip that's 8 feet wide. I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's dangerous. And I think everyone needs to appreciate that there are certain places that you should be biking and other places that are just too dangerous. We don't have bike lanes on 95 or 128 for a reason, right? Similarly, you know, I respect the traffic calming. I respect trying to get people to drive within the speed limits. But the idea of putting up some flex poles and suddenly, or poles, whatever you want to call them, suddenly all we're gonna do is create this false sense of safety that just does not exist. The bike lane, no matter what, is going to inherently carry with it risks. I would say travel at your own risk and do as you will. And as we know, the bike lane is gonna end. And you see that even along Linfield's Parkway there in Saugus. You see a bike lane going, going west, and then you come close to an intersection and it narrows down to nothing. And then there's no bike lane. So then you just end up, and I think, Mr. Renaud, you're familiar with where I'm talking about.
Yep, you turn into a Sharrow, yeah. Yep, it turns into a Sharrow, right? At the intersections, yep.
So if we're talking about having a bike lane, I do think that we at most, we do the bike lane and we have a gore strip that makes sense without having a significant compromise on the majority of the users who are going to be vehicles. And I think that getting to 11.5 feet is too narrow. And then we're talking about safety. What about, you know, cars going, and we're talking about distracted driving, which I've heard about, and the rest, which I respect. What about two vehicles that are coming, you know, in opposite directions, but they're so close that one veers ever so slightly, and then there's a head-on collision from vehicular traffic? I think that's actually a far more likely scenario than what we're talking about from these cycling accidents. So I know, Mr. Renaud, you also did not recommend these flex poles in your presentation. They came up because of one town councilor having raised them at a meeting, and I just don't feel comfortable with the idea of doing that. Not to mention the fact that even from an aesthetic standpoint, it's going to look awful. And when people are pulling out of side streets along North Ave, think about flex poles and having vehicles having to pull out further in order to see, you know, around like a line of flex poles that might be, you know, however many feet down, you know, down from you. That is also concerning to me. That creates a safety hazard. That pulls vehicular traffic out into blocking the shared use path, the sidewalk, in addition to the bike lane. So now we've got the front of a vehicle that's now into an already narrowed road. That's really concerning to me. And I run that lake all the time. The practicality of this, though, you know, we can't lose sight of what its primary purpose is for cars. We can't lose sight of everything that we do, of course, should be with an eye towards safety, but we have to respect that this is a roadway for cars first and foremost. Everything else has to fall secondary. Thank you.
Councilor Jones.
So there's a lot there that I want to unpack, and I want to start by talking about travel lanes, because I hear a lot of, you know, I feel that, you know, we're taking away too much space for cars. I feel that it's creating a dangerous environment. So there's actually data that shows the opposite. Johns Hopkins did a meta-study where they looked at accidents related to travel lane width, pulling together many, many studies from across many jurisdictions in many years. What they actually find is that narrower lanes are safer. And the reason for that is because cars travel more slowly on narrower lanes. I hear a lot from people in the community. I've heard a lot from people on this council about a concern about how fast people drive in town. And that is a concern that I share, but posting a speed limit doesn't change that. Designing a road that encourages slower speeds is what changes that. And so I have no concern with narrowing a lane on North Ave from 12 feet down to 11.5 feet. Again, I could make a very good argument that if you look at the safety data, the width should be something like 10.5 or 11 feet. It's not, that is what it is, and that's fine. The same DOT studies and the same work that was cited that talks about travel widths also says that narrower lanes are associated with reductions in speeds. If we're talking about an 11-foot lane versus 12, it's about a 7-mile-an-hour difference based on some DOT data that I was able to find. And so I do think that there is a significant benefit to creating room in the right-of-way that we have for a bike lane, knowing that we still have more than adequate room for cars to pass, as well as more than adequate rooms for trucks and school buses and fire trucks to pass. Those vehicles by DOT regs can't be more than 8.5 feet wide, and so in an 11.5-foot travel lane, again, there's plenty of room. Let's talk about the flex poles. So they came up, and I will be honest with you, I was one of the individuals who was a little bit skeptical about the idea when it was first presented. But I think what we also see when we see different things happening in the road, whether it's DPW crews out working on the road, or whether it's when we have town events, a physical barrier that isn't just a line painted on the road does make a difference. And so I think as we think about these flex poles, they're not going to be hugely impactful. They're 1 every 40 feet. They're not going to impact the lines of sight. These aren't, 10 feet tall, blocking, a lot of space for people moving down the street, but it does create a physical barrier that does have an impact. And I think, we can kind of throw our hands up in the air and say, well, it's not going to be safe one way or the other, so we shouldn't do anything. The reality is, though, doing something does make it safer than current state. And so I still, fail to see any reason why we wouldn't move ahead with trying this. We've talked about the fact that the flex poles are temporary and that they can be removed and repurposed or used somewhere else, or thrown away at the end of the day if we don't think that they're achieving the right aim. But I see, other than sort of, fear and, perception that isn't grounded in the reality of anything we've built so far, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't try this and try to create a safer environment for bikers and for pedestrians in this town. This is something that I hear the most about. I talked last week about the fact that in the civic action projects where I've talked to high school and middle school students, this is the one issue that came up more than anything else. And so I think we have a choice to make here. I hope we choose the side of safety as we move forward.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you, Chair McLean. Just to echo a couple of things that Councilor Chine said, I also did some research with the Federal Highway Administration, and they had a program done with them the last couple of years called Developing Crash Modification Factors for Separated Bicycle Lanes, and they determined that the use of flexible delineator posts consistently resulted in a decrease in total crashes. I could not make out all the math that was in there.
There's a lot.
But that was,
yes.
But here's the other thing about the flex posts. So let's talk about the flex posts in terms of when we would get them, how long they'd be out for, when they would be removed, and when they would be put back in place. So there's a lead time to get flex posts.
Yep.
The earliest we could probably get them and put them out, if we decide to do that, is August, September timeframe. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, I would say it's probably September.
September.
Just to be safe. They told me there's not a long lead time. I can't believe that that's the case. So.
And my recollection when we talked earlier this week is that you would envision if the council decided to put them out, they would stay out until around mid-November.
Yes.
And then they would be removed for the winter.
Yes.
And would be put back in sometime in April.
Yes, correct.
So this would give the town an opportunity to have the flex posts in place for a couple of months in the fall, and we could see how that works. Then they would be removed for the winter months, and then we would have 4.5 to 5 months from mid-November until sometime in April to see how it works without the flex posts there. And then sometime next spring, the town council could decide, okay, with of course getting the expert advice from you all and police and fire and traffic advisory committee, how did it work with having the flex posts out there for a couple months? How did it work during the winter months when we didn't have the flex posts? And then we'd have a lot of information that we could assess and analyze in making a determination as to whether we would want to put the flex posts in on a more permanent basis. I know they can always be removed, but I'm talking about having them out there from mid-April until mid-November of 2025. Is that pretty accurate of the way ahead if we decide to do this? And that seems pretty plausible to me.
Yeah, I mean, from a implementation standpoint, whatever the decision is for us, I'll speak for the operational side to it. We just need to get them here. We'll probably go out at night, put them out. November 15th is the target date, generally, just because that's when the weather pattern changes. And then April 15th allows most of the snow to melt, and then, you know, a chance to kind of clean everything up before you put them back out again. But that could be a little fluid too, potentially, but they're a lot easier than moving the Jersey barriers that we were putting out for outdoor dining.
Sure. I mean, the one thing I will continue to disagree with Councilor Chines is I would not be an advocate for reducing the size of the travel lanes. I like 11 and a half. I don't see why 5-foot bike lane, when the bicyclists can only be going in one direction, is problematic. I would like to have the gore, as I said before, to be 3 feet and reduce the bike lane to 5 as opposed to reducing the travel lanes. And I would be fine with having the flex poles there too. That actually gives you more room for the flex poles if the gore buffer is 3 feet vice 2. That's the way that I personally would like to go forward. Thank you.
Councilor Carney.
Yeah, I want to finish my statement with the fact that this whole idea that this is temporary there's a lot of expense to this temporary. There's going to be striping on the road. The lines on the road are going to be aligned with the width that we divide with a bus lane. So it's not just that very simple to change lanes on a road if an experiment doesn't work. That's my final statement. Thank you.
Councilor Butler.
As the ones who hasn't chimed in, I am not a huge proponent of I'm not sure where I stand on the full around the lake bike lane and like the feasibility of that. In this instance, I mean, I think we've somewhat decided we're going to test out at least a bike lane on North Ave. And I think tonight's vote is, are we going to test it out with is it a rumble strip if we don't? Is it like the corrugated thing like on the highway where you hear the vibration, or it would just be painted?
It was painted, yeah, that's what we proposed.
Okay.
The PD has asked potentially to look at that.
I don't see how we could do, I don't see how you do a bike lane without these flex poles, that you just do them as visual, given that it's North Avenue and people, at least it's going towards the highway as opposed to people coming off who are going, 60 miles an hour trying to like get into town. Look, I mean, the bigger question is like, where's this going to? It's going from Church Street or from Prospect? It's going just from the end of the lake to...
Not even actually beyond the parking lot, because that whole section has to still be redesigned. I stopped it prior to.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that it's like the bridge to nowhere, but it's the bike lane to nowhere right now, other than maybe it gets you to, it gets you around to like Honeydew or something like that. Gets you to your house, Rob. But look, I think I think if we're going down this road, it costs money, but it's short money. It's going to be, if we decide to unwind it, it'll be $100,000 total. We've spent 27 hours of time talking about this. We've probably spent $100,000 in like costs.
2.7 million.
It's not too, I don't know, but yeah. So I guess I'm like, I don't know how you do this without the flex posts, to be honest with you. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine, why we would have thought to do it with just paint and like a 3-foot barrier.
Maintenance. That was one of the big reasons.
Yeah, the picture you have up, and I don't know if the people online can see that. That's not 40 feet in between those poles, are they, in front of the big house there?
No, God, no. No,
Okay.
just want to show you them in thought.
So
I couldn't find one that was
Is
facing
40 feet, like 40 feet to me seems ridiculously large amount of space. Like it feels like we're going with not very many.
It says you can go as high as
here.
50 feet.
Okay.
I've seen it as high as 50 feet. I think 40 feet will look fine. I mean, keep in mind, again, we talked about this at the last time too. You know, we also need the ability to kind of play with that number a little bit because of driveways and roads and how we offset stuff. So, you know, obviously that's the game plan, is 40 feet.
Okay.
Counselor Dombrowski, I see a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, if I could draw your attention to your slide 11, that's the Linfeld Parkway slide. It has 5 photos on it.
Yep.
And specifically, if you look at the top right, that would be what it would look like. Actually, I should say that is without any flex posts, and that's even without a gore strip. That literally is roadway, one single line, and then bike lane, right? So even what you're proposing is more distinguishable than even that, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or I should say, or I guess if you look at the top middle photo or the top right photo, I mean, they're both inherently the same thing. That's commonly found around our area already. That sort of bike lane, the delineated bike lane.
Yep.
What you're proposing, even without the flex poles, would, to your point, Councilor Butler, about not imagining what that would look like without flex poles, this is exactly what it would look like without flex poles, and this is actually what it looks like without even that buffer zone, that gore strip that Mr. Renaud has spoken about. So we have, these are visuals of what we would be looking at without having to incorporate those flex poles into the design. I see no reason why, if there's an insistence on having these bike lanes, despite the fact that I think they're a safety hazard for all involved, that we would not go with the most minimum impact, which seems to be this, with the added spacer that has already been discussed. So I guess based upon that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we move forward with a plan to not include the flex poles or posts as a component to the improvements being made on North Avenue.
Second motion.
Motion's been seconded. Any comments from the counselors on the motion?
So an affirmative vote is we don't want flex poles.
I believe an affirmative vote would mean we don't want flex poles. Correct.
Okay.
Any other comment? I'll simply say from the chair's standpoint, and I don't think we need to call police and fire up. We can get you guys out of here without hearing from you, unless you really want to be heard. I think we have legitimate differences of opinion on safety. I think the gentleman that teaches the class, I was in one of those classes. I wasn't a repeat offender. I was young. And when people left that class, it was the Indy 500. And people were laying rubber flying out of there. Truckers were saying, "I speed for a living. I'm not going to repent." And I do wonder whether we're making it. I wouldn't put a child in that bike lane. As you've indicated, it'd be better to have them hit a pole than a bike, but a pole won't stop a car. We've had people killed on the sidewalk. We've had OUI, alleged OUI drivers smash through white plastic fences. People drive impaired. People drive too fast. I remember Lieutenant Anderson saying if we went down to 25, he thought it might increase road rage. What's going to happen with these people that are now in a skinny lane that are used to traveling so quickly? Are they going to behave themselves? People drive negligently. Negligence is not a crime. It's a civil infraction. People often drive negligently, as you have experienced. I am concerned that, on the whole, that we may be making this less safe. I certainly don't want families to think that this is going to be safe, because I don't think it will be. We disagree amongst ourselves, so we're probably going to have a split vote. That being said, if there are no further comments, we'll do a roll call vote, and this would be to remove or to go forward without the flex poles. An affirmative vote is no flex poles. I'll start with you, Councilor Dombrowski.
Yes.
Councilor Butler.
No.
Councilor Vincent.
No.
Councilor Butt.
No.
Councilor Gines.
No.
Councilor Carney.
Yes.
And chair is a yes. Sherry, the motion fails 4-3.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullins, do we have to do a vote in the affirmative now?
Well, if you want to decide what to do, if you want to take some action, right now, there's no action taken.
Can you make a motion of your proposal?
Me, oh,
Yes. I don't think we need to do the timeline.
okay, let's see. You have two, go to the design cross-section map, please. You have two on there. We're gonna ignore the one on the right that's called small section area. What is the name of the one on the left?
Just the regular section, so, yeah.
Okay, so
I didn't name it.
I move that we adopt the regular section of the design cross-section on slide, what number is that?
Two.
Slide two?
I'm not even sure.
Slide 7.
Slide 7 of the presentation with the following. I'm not sure how to do this because right now it says the buffer is 2 to 3 feet. It doesn't have a delineated amount.
Yeah, I think you could say that you're trying to have a 5-foot
Bike lane and a
5-foot lane and a
3-foot
minimum 3-foot buffer. Is that what you're trying to do?
That's what I'm trying to do.
And maintain the lane widths the same.
And maintain the lane widths as 11 and a half.
Could I, Mr. Chair, through you, could I maybe suggest sort of phrasing that as
Yeah,
maintain
please.
a buffer of 3 feet with any overage from the buffer coming out of the bike lane width? I think that's what you're trying to
Yeah, that's
suggest.
correct.
Okay.
That would be accurate.
What if this fails? Just a point. Like, what is a failure of Bob's motion do? Like, does that just?
Well, based on the last vote, I don't think that's going to happen.
No,
but-
no, it may. Because I'm not sure that I don't want just him to build out whatever. I don't know why we're giving Bob the authority to put in a 3-foot buffer. Just let Bill do what he wants.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand from Bill's statement earlier, there has not been a vote about what to do. So if your purpose here tonight is to decide what to do about North Ave, you have to keep taking a vote until 4 of you agree what to do.
And he has no authority to do anything right now.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
So I guess if it fails, if you're not satisfied, we go back to the drawing board on a motion. Assuming this motion is understood and taken down by Sherry. Yes, Councilor Chines.
Maybe just a suggestion. So I think part of the challenge with doing any of this is we talk about a single cross-section, right, is that a road is not a single cross-section. I mean, you know, as our fellow counselors who went out at 5 a.m. to measure the street have talked about, I mean, there are varying widths in the road. And so I think as we think about the width of the gorse strip, I wonder if it would be helpful, and I apologize, I don't mean to continue to drag this on because we've spent a lot of time on this, but I guess it would be helpful, I think, to me if we could talk about specific sections where this would be impacted. Because it looks like based on the cross-section, you know, and you have engineering documents where you've got this sort of laid out.
I do, but not with me to go through
No,
stations.
and that's what I'm
whatnot.
saying.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is, I know that this kind of puts us at, you know, a further discussion, but I wonder if it would be helpful to look at, you know, specific sections as to where the bike lane would be necked down based on the suggestion that we maintain a 3-foot gore strip.
So hearing what Councilor Vincent said, I think his goal was to get it to a 5-foot bike lane, and then wants to keep the lane widths the same, and then the remainder, you know, aside from that 1-foot shoulder, would go towards the gore strip.
No.
Right?
So I think
that's
we
what
said
it is.
something that's a little different.
I think he wants he wants like right now, you're taking the variance you're putting into the buffer,
Mhm.
and he's saying instead of putting the variance in the buffer, keep
Put
a
it in the bike
3-foot
lane.
buffer
In the bike
and put the variance in the bike lane.
Okay, I can do that too.
Yeah, I think that's
I think
accurate.
is that.
That's how you want it?
Sorry,
Okay.
if I
No,
that's fine.
need to
Yep.
step.
No.
Okay.
So, and the reason I ask this is just, you know, it's hard to know from this, and again, I know you've got pages and pages of design documents that are sitting on the website. I don't know if that affects, you know, 10% of the bike lane, 90% of the bike lane.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't have that information with me.
Yeah, so-
I wasn't expecting a question, unfortunately.
I mean, certainly if
Yeah.
it's just me, obviously we can move on, but, you know, that would be my suggestion perhaps, but.
No, I think I'm good with doing the 3 foot thing, the 3 foot buffer.
Councilor Vincent, do you have a motion that, we can, just so Sherry can get a motion that's got a little more clarity?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Councilor Chines to read it.
So I think the motion would be to maintain a 3-foot gore strip buffer with any variance due to variation in the road width coming from the width of the bike lane.
Second.
That sounded fairly clear to me. Were you okay with that?
I got it, I'm hearing it,
So
yep.
we've already approved the, sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we already, I think,
Travel lanes are staying the same, and travel lanes stay the same as designed. So 11.5-foot travel lanes.
We voted not to do that.
we voted not to do that.
I think you have to add flex post to your motion.
All right, so if I may then, I'm going to restate the motion again. So I move to maintain the 11.5-foot drive lanes and the 3-foot buffer as proposed in design cross-section to normal section area, we'll call it, with any variation in the width due to variation in the roadway coming from the bike lane, with the understanding that the bike lane would be between 5 and 6 feet. And further move that the 3-foot buffer include the flex posts as discussed by the council in 2022.
Second.
We have a seconded motion. Any discussion? If there's any discussion from our vice chair, I can't see him, so.
Just very quickly, so
I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, that keep in mind that when Mr. Renault came to us with this, he had proposed a shared use path initially that was, I believe, built 12 feet wide, thereabouts. And this is more because of a small but loud advocacy group into something very, very different than that.
Yeah, well, we started with a 12-foot path. That's what I went to Mass Works with.
Okay.
It makes good practical sense. It addresses the issues of safety that Councilor Carney had raised about his comfort level being on a sidewalk. If I were with a child, I would certainly have the child on a sidewalk on a bike and not on, not in this narrowed lane, however wide it is. And we're catering to a very small segment of the population, and I don't believe for a moment that the vast majority of the taxpayers of Wakefield are looking to eat into the road in order to have this bike lane accommodation as it's now morphed itself into.
Councilor Jones.
And we're all held accountable to the people that we serve, and we need to represent the people as a whole and the majority of the people. And I do not believe for a moment this represents the majority opinion of our town. And I think in the coming weeks and months, we're all going to be hearing plenty of that.
So I respectfully disagree with that comment, but I just would like to make the point separately. My preference would still be to narrow down the travel lanes to allow for the buffer, but in the spirit of giving clarity to Mr. Renault and moving forward with a plan, I am supportive of the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've had some comment. Any further comment by the councilors? Seeing none, the motion is as read. I will start with Councilor Dombrowski.
No.
Councilor Butler.
Yes.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes.
Councilor Butt.
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Carney.
No.
And the chair is no, so the motion carries. Sherry, 4-3.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you for your time.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
I would say we are at 5D, Mr. Town Administrator, would you agree?
I would agree.
And that would be the Climate Leaders Program update, which I think is your show.
It is.
All right, then.
It is, Mr. Chairman. Let me get a phone. Yeah.
Oh.
remember that then left me hanging for the clicker discussion tomorrow. And Mr. Vincent was very kind. He told me today the worst drivers were in Naples, and it was like a shot at my Italian heritage, but that's okay.
I'm half Italian too, and it was Naples.
Do you mean Naples, Italy, or Naples, Florida? Because I would have guessed Florida.
No, Naples, Italy. And before you go, may I publicly say that I was the first reported injury on the new sidewalk on North Avenue?
Yes.
Because I took a bad spill jogging there almost 2 weeks ago. And I want to thank the young lady with the stroller who pulled over to give me a baby wipe to wipe the blood off my knee, and the people that stopped to offer to drive me to my car, but I stubbornly walked the half a mile to my car with a bleeding knee, and then went home and mowed my lawn. All right, you go ahead.
You know any
And,
good lawyers, Bob?
The statutory period to file a claim may be running out, so. And Tom never settles, so. But anyways, very quickly, given the hour, so I was asked to give a brief update on the Climate Leader Program. And as the council will recall, that the state announced a Green Communities Program 2.0 called the Climate Leaders, communities to support municipalities with grants that reduce municipal greenhouse gases using a zero over time approach. And we have done a lot as a community here already. We are a green community in good standing. We do have a local body, a sustainability committee, that advises us on clean energy and climate initiatives. We have adopted a vehicle policy, and we also adopted the specialized opt-in building code, which will take effect on July 1st. So remember, town meeting adopted that, which takes effect on July 1st. So the council did on April 8th vote in favor of applying for a technical assistance grant. And what this does, it pays 100% for consultant fees to assist in building a decarbonization roadmap for municipal operations. And the council did vote for this to proceed in this area. And we actually, although we didn't think we would, thought it was a long shot, we were actually awarded the grant on May 8th of 2024, hence the update today. Now, the reason why the update wasn't given early was because I was waiting for a contract. Normally, when we get a grant, we actually get a contract where we get money and we go out for an RFP, kind of similar to what we're doing with the HPP. We got money, $79,000. We did an RFP to get to hire a consultant to help us. This is a little bit different, and what the state has done is the state has contracted directly with a company called ICF, and that's what their company is, ICF. It doesn't stand for anything that I could find, which is a multinational company that works in, making communities and societies greener. So there is no direct contract with the town of Wakefield. We will be signing nothing. We will have been assigned an actual staff at ICF to work with us. Basically, it really is a energy audit of our buildings and fleet, and the grant really provides a roadmap of best practices for us to achieve. So anyways, on June 10th, we had a meeting with our new consultant at our state assigned consultant at ICF, and Mr. Dylan Patel, who works for the state. And there was some concern expressed to me by some councilor members that what were we obligated to do when we did apply for this grant? And I asked Mr. Patel this question point blank. On the call for the town was myself and Ian Waite. And he said there is really no obligation at all going forward, other than the fact that we're working with them to create this roadmap or best practice in moving forward. So we're not going to be asked to return any money because we're not getting any money, which was a concern. If we got $80,000 and didn't do anything, we'd have to return that money. So what will happen is they will check in on our progress, and if we are not moving forward as a climate leader, I would say we would lose that designation as a climate leader, which we really don't have yet until we create this roadmap. Anyway, and that will affect us in getting grants. So as I mentioned, The town has already adopted the specialized building code, which takes effect July 1st. We have already adopted a fuel efficiency vehicle policy. We've already been designated a green community. We have an environmental sustainability committee. Our high school is already designed as zero carbon, and it has a battery park next to it, which is really fabulous. And I do plan to put that up at the MMA for a best practice either this year or next year, once it's up and running. The Galvin is solar ready. And we have already done a lot of energy efficiencies in the town. And I say this because probably about 10 years ago, and I don't know if maybe longer, 15 years ago, maybe Mr. Carney remembers, we did actually enter into a performance contract at the time, which we retrofitted a lot of our buildings, and our payment, we paid out of the savings on energy is how we paid for having having all the work that was done. And that was kind of a novel approach at the time, but the council the Board of Selectmen at the time decided to go forward, and we retrofitted a lot of buildings that actually made them much more efficient. And I think this was 2009, 2010. We had no money for capital at the time, and it was a great help to the town. So what's happening right now? As a green community, we really are obligated, as is the state, to move forward in creating our fleet and have our fleet be green 5% by 2027, 20% by 2030, and so on and so on. In 2050, we should be have completely green fleet. Mr. Mullen will still be here as town council. I think the rest of us will all be gone. There are going to be a lot of changes in technology over the years, and that's why capital and Mass DOR even talks about that with us. But right now we know that there is a movement to become more friendly to the environment, and that means that we should be replacing one internal combustion engine police cruiser per year with one electric to achieve 20% by 2030. Now, we have a very robust replacement program we talk about every year at the police department. It's either 2 or 3 cruisers a year. The chief and I argue about that. I'd like to keep them to 2 sometimes. He always wants 3. But we find a middle ground. I look at this that, and we've had great success, I might add, is that we have gone hybrid in a lot of these, and we've saved we've reduced our fuel consumption by 20% already in the police department by going hybrid. This will take us even further. So we do know, anybody that's bought an electric car knows that those price tags are a little bit higher. What this green communities will help us out with, this climate lead will help us out with, is not only getting grants, and it's about $19,000 right now. Technology is going to change that. Green communities not only help us get grants on that, but if you couple that with tax credits under the Insurance Reduction Act, thank you, I added that in my mind when you sent me that the other day, Mr. Chines. I think we're gonna lower that gap, so we're gonna have a greener fleet and cost us the same money, or maybe less even, who knows, by what we get. But we are gonna have to go forward and make some changes on what we're gonna do, and we're also gonna have to look at our school bus contracts. The school bus companies, and we'll be relying on Councilor Carney on this, the bus companies in this area aren't all that interested in going green at this time. So we're gonna have to talk to them, and I think you'll be able to help us. We're gonna have to electrify our buildings more. We're gonna have to look at our emergency generators, particularly our pumping stations. And we're gonna have to add solar wherever we can. We're also gonna have a need for more and faster charging stations for our entire fleet. We're gonna have to plan for building upgrades. There may be increased cost of servicing vehicles. We may have to look at employee contracts and expectations about bringing vehicles home. A lot of our staff brings vehicles home. They don't bring a fire truck home, but they bring vehicles. Our engineer brings a vehicle home because he may have to come out in the middle of the night on something. Those are all going to have to be green in the future, and going to have to we may have to do some working on using of home charging stations. And what can I say? And we're gonna have to manage this better. What I think at the bottom line is, on this program is, and I think going forward is very important, because it's gonna help us with a roadmap. It's gonna help us with a series of best practices. It costs us nothing. It's items we're gonna have to do anyway, and I see no reason why we don't move forward with this. We would bring a plan back to the town council to talk about. It's gonna help me in forecasting. We talked about forecasting a little bit tonight. I'm very proud of the work we've done in forecasting over the years. And we're gonna have to forecast maybe a little bit differently in the capital areas, and also look at where we're gonna be saving some money in the energy areas, what have you. So I think it's an important, another tool in my toolbox to go forward. We need to be nimble, because the timelines are gonna change, and Mass DOR is kind of changing things all the time. They wanted this, they really wanted this roadmap to be done very quickly. Now they've kind of pushed that time frame out because they weren't really ready to get going. We need to be up to date on new technologies, and we're working on that. And we need to be able to receive grants to help set costs until technology catches up. And I think the climate leader designation helps with all of those. So really nothing for the council to do right now. I see nothing but an upside to this, because this is where the state is going, this is where the country is going, this is where the world is going. And we've been over the last few years a leader in this area, have gotten a lot of grants because of it, and I think we'll get a lot more as we go forward. So very quick, and ready for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from any of the councilors? Councilor Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it brief because I realize we're running late. I would just say that when we had this initial vote, this was exactly the sort of thing that was the point of concern for a number of folks who voted against it. Specifically, we're talking about setting into motion now a hyper-aggressive initiative that was originally justified by some as, oh, no, we just agreed to move forward to see a contract. We'll look at the contract and go from there. I remind everyone that in order to be a climate leader, you have to meet six criteria, which I believe we've met 3 thus far. And so now the train's left the station on this, and suddenly we're going to be one of the first trying to move forward with what will end up being very costly initiatives, and with technologies that I think at best are questionable. There's a reason that the state and the federal government has pushed out a lot of these initiatives and goal setting, because there are real significant issues with things like EVs, electric vehicles. I mean, Ford, it ended up, the cost per vehicle that Ford was absorbing as a result of having to sell their fleet was significant. And I can foresee this already, because this is exactly what anyone watching the meeting when we voted as initially could have also foreseen. And it's, okay, now there's no contracts, we can just go ahead, we're just gonna give you some ideas. And by the way, here's implementation. And next we're gonna hear, okay, well, we've committed to being a climate leader community, so now we have to do these 3 additional things in order to satisfy that designation. It's not the first time that we've been down this road with these sorts of designations. I think we're one of the few communities in the Commonwealth that's even reached this point thus far. And I think we're getting way ahead of our skis on this one here, where there are significant cost considerations related to what we're talking about here. And candidly, the technology just isn't where the expectations are relative to some folks that are hyper aggressive with trying to get a zero emissions, a zero carbon footprint, which is just not realistic. That's not in keeping with reality here. But we're setting ourselves up to incur significant costs for what I think will continue to be subpar technology. I'm all for conservation, and I'm all for being aware of climate change and how we can affect positive change here. But I'm also really aware of the pocketbooks and wallets of our taxpayers. And we are not, these things are not aligned right now. We are getting way, way ahead of ourselves here, and I think it's a very bad idea to continue to go down this path. This is not just free consultation that we're getting. This is not just a roadmap that we're getting. This is going to result in implementation undoubtedly. And that's going to cost a lot at this early juncture. So I strongly oppose the rate with which we've suddenly, jumped on this bandwagon and are following through in a way that I do not think serves our purpose. And I think it actually is ultimately going to be detrimental to us in a number of respects, not the least of which is from a financial standpoint. Thank you.
Any other counselors?
You can rebut.
I'm just going to point back to slide 4, Mr. Mayor's bullet point that says no specific obligation per Mass DOR. I mean, this is basically giving us the opportunity to leverage someone's expertise, to look at the technology that's out there, to look at our options. Any policy changes that we make will have to come back to this council for discussion. I think this is a good outcome.
I would only raise the question, and because Steve brought it up, or Mr. Mayo, when you're in trouble, it's Mr. Mayo.
When I'm in trouble, it's Steve.
No, it's this notion that, we're going to start buying electric police cars. We're going to buy electric school buses. We're going to, and then, since people have to take them home, we're going to put chargers in people's houses. I want no part of the climate leaders discussion, and I'm relatively liberal around most things, but this to me seems like a bit of an overreach. And funding this grant, great, it's a consultant it's not committing us to anything, but it's asking a bunch of questions that what his answers are going to be, and they're not going to be, oh no, you guys are good the way you are. They never come back with that. They're going to say, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, and that's getting you forward to the next stage. We're not there. We're not there as a community, and we certainly don't need to we don't need to be on the bleeding edge about this. And I can't say it strongly enough. I don't think you should go down this road.
It does give us a tool for forecasting, which I like. And then anything would be
Tool
brought.
for forecasting what?
Capital expenditures going forward, energy costs going forward, things like that.
Oh, and you think they're going to come up with energy costs being oil's going to be...
No, I think you're going to get away from oil, so you're going to be looking at other
Right,
things.
so they're going to say, of course you're going to get away from oil, and because solar's going to be free and wind is going to...
Which
Sure,
we're
Steve.
pretty much away from oil anyway.
Yeah.
Any other, Counselor Carney?
I was involved in introducing city buses, electric, in Worcester, first on the East Coast. And the technology there failed. It was first generation technology. But school buses are the perfect duty cycle for electric vehicles. Go out for a short time, they come back. The maintenance cost of electric vehicles is 50% of the cost of a diesel operation or gasoline. That's real experience, my experience. I can show you that statistically if you'd like to look at it.
No, but the cost of the batteries around building it's the notion of a semi in batteries. The battery technology.
I've had a hybrid for 10 years. I just got rid of it the last one.
A hybrid's great.
And I've never replaced the batteries.
Right, hybrids are wonderful. We have them in our police cruisers.
I'm saying the technology is advancing to such that there are some benefits to this, and maintenance costs is one of the things. What I'd be concerned about, if you mentioned people taking cars home, I'm very concerned about the fire, the fire exposure.
We'll have to have a policy on that. That was what I was really saying. There's some policy considerations.
We've had some of the best technology just burst into flames, and what happens is they start burning from the inside out, and it becomes a glow, and you can't put them out. And it's a dangerous thing for the firefighters. It's a dangerous thing for obviously the occupants and the owners. But I think electric technology is the best answer to our climate issues and any one that's come along.
Our climate issues. Again, it's thinking like Wakefield's going to solve the climate issue. It's just fantasy.
From the chair's perspective, I had asked for cost data. I haven't received it. Stephen. I have to.
19,000 more.
I have to wonder, because tonight your presentation sounded like the Sustainability Committee, which said at its meeting, once we do this, we will then have to do the other two items. And it almost sounds like you are buying into doing the other two items. At the same time, you appear to be telling us, and I'm taking you at your word, this is on you, that if we choose to do nothing after we get this lovely free report, that we can. We're not impliedly accepting numbers 5 and 6. That's what you were telling me
Correct.
today. So, yes.
That's correct.
That's probably why I'm not inclined to make a motion that we back out of this deal because of your representations. Although I don't think you got it in writing, and this is a brand-new program, somewhat ill-defined. Mr. Patel works for the Commonwealth, and, you know, I don't know that we're necessarily going to be, not going to be kind of like this later. And we'll cross that bridge, as Councilor Chines said, when we come to it.
It was explained to me that you would lose your climate leader's status, which would lose your points on grants if we didn't go forward,
And,
which
and,
is
and I want to
okay.
point out that it has been said in this council that, you know, oh, we got this money. Well, there's money we get in a grant that serves us. This is the kind of flow-through money. This is money that we never see. This is so that some consultant can tell us what our problems are, and it may be of some value. I'm not saying it's not of some value, but if as the vice chair seems to very much fear, and I feared when we first talked about this, because this is what was said by our Environmental Sustainability Committee. Go back and watch the meetings. I do. If they do this, that being us, then they'll have to do that. So as long as you're telling me that that's not the case,
I'm very comfortable with
then
that.
I am momentarily content. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair McLean. Can you go back to the slide where it says, what does knowledge and understanding that Wakefield mean, that language?
What slide was that?
It's back, it's near the beginning. Right there. So this is
That's
coming
what the
down-
council voted on,
This
yes.
is, right,
Yeah.
but that language was from the climate leaders community.
Correct.
To get the
I agree.
grant. And it says that we have the knowledge and understanding that Wakefield's committed to meeting the certification requirements. We've already done 3 out of the 6 within a year of getting the grant award. And those are the questions I posed to you.
Right.
And you asked Mr. Patel, do we have any financial or legal liabilities to have to submit an application? Because we're not a climate leader community right now. We
Correct.
filled 3 out of 6. And we're getting assistance just with one of them, the decarbonization roadmap. The other 2, we have to do on our own. Are we under an obligation that we have to submit an application within a year of getting this grant?
To submit an application.
Yeah, are we required to
Well, we're
submit
gonna
an
take a look
application?
at the, we're gonna take a look at the roadmap and decide what we're gonna do.
And
Yes.
then we get to decide whether we want to
Yes.
submit an application or
Right.
not.
If we don't, we don't, yeah.
Right, because I look at this like Goldilocks, okay? and the
But
three
even
bears.
submitting an application doesn't mean you have to do anything.
Well, that's why I
Yeah.
don't agree with you on that. My Goldilocks approach is we can do one of 3 things. We cannot participate in this voluntary program at all. We can do the 3 remaining criteria ourselves. It's hard to do the decarbonization roadmap by yourselves, but we have that prerogative. Or we can accept the technical assistance. And I was the one that expected to get a contract, and we looked at a
Right.
contract, and they threw
And
you
so
and me
did I,
off
yeah.
when they gave us a technical grant instead. But we can accept this technical assistance to meet the roadmap criteria, and then do the other 2 criteria ourselves, because they're not helping us with the other 2. So we can come back as a body at some later date and decide if we want to submit an application. And I don't mean to throw a monkey wrench in at 10:40 at night, but I'm not even 100% convinced that the town council should be the one to submit the climate leaders community application as opposed to going to town meeting. And the reason I say that is because the stretch energy code, because it was a zoning bylaw change, required us to go to town meeting. Applying to become a green community, which took place before I was on the council, the town council had the prerogative to submit that application. But this town council also has the prerogative, it seems to me, to have the idea of whether we want to submit the application to be a climate leaders community, or whether we want to send something like that to town meeting. We have that prerogative to make that decision, do we not?
I would say, could they? Yeah. Pass it on to.
I don't see how it's a town meeting issue.
But that's why I'm asking the question, is that, so we would have to make the decision on whether we want to submit the application?
town meeting doesn't submit applications, so it's not a legislative decision.
Okay, that's why I'm asking
It's
the
an
question.
executive one.
I'm just confused there about the committed to meeting the certification
Yeah,
requirements.
that's why I asked Steve to ask Mr. Patel and drill down what that meant as far as any legal obligation on our part. Because if we're legally required to have to submit the application, I'd rather do these three criteria on our own. Once again, I voted for this because I was expecting us to get a contract that I could review as well as the rest of the council to decide whether we wanted to accept and enter into that contract. And now it's a different process because, frankly, Massachusetts is changing this stuff on the fly and making it very hard to follow. So
in the absence of a written contract, we have no legally enforceable obligation.
Is there not an argument of implied acceptance if we accept the money and this language is staring us in the face?
Well, we don't accept money,
Well,
as
we
we've
accept
heard
the work
before.
product.
We accept services from a consultant who is hired by the state.
Still looks like a quid pro quo.
Well, accepting his services means we get his consulting advice and we can choose not to accept it.
Councilor Carney.
What bothers me when these things are coming down the state is, I think when we agree to, we're making expectations, give people expectations of what we're gonna do. And then all of a sudden you get so far down the road, and then everybody's, well, wait a minute, you said you're gonna do that. And that's what my concern is, and I haven't seen that in this yet, Steve, but I'm sure that's, what my concern is the fact that, with green climate, all of a sudden people come down. I did go to my first meeting of the Sustainability Committee. Thank you for appointing me. It's been a pleasure. And I think they need some guidance, and I'm not sure if that is part of our role, but they seem to be going off on 10 different tangents. I think they took a pretty bad shot in the news the other night, but they have so many, I think they've had 31 or 35 meetings since the beginning of the year, and they're going off on all these subcommittee things. They're trying to take on the world. And I'm not sure if our role is to, is to guide that, I'm not sure. But bottom line is, that's what I fear, is the fact that the people get the expectation that, wait a minute, you've already said you're gonna do this, and next thing you know, that they're disappointed or telling you, why aren't you completing it?
Well, that is a concern of the vice chair. It's a concern of myself. As he indicated, we've been down that road before. I was going to talk about liaisons. I'm going to say two things very briefly because I wasn't here on June 10th because I had a death in the family. No, we're not participants as liaisons ordinarily. We are more observers. If a couple of councilors have indicated to me they feel like they're getting maybe a little too involved, there's nothing I would do about that as chair. It's up to all of us to, decide that, if somebody puts me on the agenda every month and I don't feel good about that, I just need to tell them, okay, you would need to tell your group, I'm just here as an observer, this is your subcommittee. Occasionally somebody might ask you a question. And you don't have to attend every meeting. So if it becomes too much of a burden, space them out. And also, we got off the track of this last year. I don't want to do it every 3 months, but maybe every 5 or 6 months, we will have a report, okay, how are your liaison groups doing? And just, that's a quickie. That doesn't have to be a detailed type of thing. So, since I missed last meeting, that's what I have to say about liaisons.
Could I just add one caveat to that?
No, you may, go right ahead.
There's a couple exceptions, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
Yep.
The town council designee is a voting member.
Yep.
So you have a much more definitive role and different than being a liaison when you're on the ESC because you're actually a voting member. So your participation in that is different than being a liaison. For instance, I think you have the Council on Aging as well. So for purposes of having a quota for the meeting, having enough people to vote at the meeting, they'll need you there potentially in order to have a
I
quorum.
misspoke on this.
So
Because,
those are the two I can think of, Affordable Housing Trust Fund and Environmental Sustainability Committee. I don't know if there's any others where a town council member is a voting member, but those two are.
yeah. And in fact, your predecessor was very active. Very active in the participating in that. committee or subcommittee or whatever.
And I'll bring updates as we go forward.
Regarding climate.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Hey, we did the public hearing, so we're all the way up to item
Item
7,
seven.
if no one has any objection.
Mr. Chair.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'm going to do 2 in 1 here. I move to approve the common victualler and entertainment licenses for the branch at 1117 Main Street.
Seconded.
Seconded by Counselor Butt. Any discussion? Go directly to a roll call vote. Counselor Dombrowski,
Aye.
Counselor Butler, Counselor Vincent.
Yes.
Counselor Butt,
Yes.
Counselor Chines.
Yes.
Counselor Carney. And chair is yes, that's 7-0. Sherry. We have appointments to the Youth Council. You're an abstainer on Youth Council. Do we have a motion perhaps from the liaison or?
Liaison has not met with the youth council at all.
I was looking at that recommendation, and we're talking about young peoples and kids, and there was a recommendation, a couple of people weren't recommended.
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
I kind of took me by surprise.
Yeah. Does that have to do with the numbers that they're trying
don't know.
to keep the numbers?
It may also have to do with age, but I'm not sure.
I actually think that the numbers were already, in the recommendations already exceeded a little bit. So I think it had to do with numbers, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
Am I correct
I
on
would
that,
say,
Sherry?
I'll just add, I think it was presented in a really rather harsh way.
Yeah.
Like capital NOT recommended. I mean, I agree with Councilor Carney on that. I think there's also a bit of tactfulness that could have been approached. And I'm also curious as to why they couldn't have been brought on just as non-voting members.
Yeah, I just saw it today, so.
Steve, have you appointed somebody from the town to,
Not yet, but we will
okay.
be.
So can I maybe suggest that we do the high school? I mean, they actually don't meet actually this summer. So actually, can we postpone this till our next
Yeah.
meeting?
Why don't we
And
table
give
it?
Counselor
Why don't we
Butler
table
time
this?
to talk with the folks and maybe get some explanation? Because there is one vacant spot and I'm just curious about that. And then hopefully at the next meeting, Steve, if you could tell us who from the town side is actually
Yep.
going to be on this,
I
that
can
would be
do that.
great.
Okay, so we will table that as long as no one has an objection until our next meeting. Do I have a motion relative to library donations today?
Did you want to not do 4B and C, Mr. Chairman? 8B and C, I mean.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I'm sorry, it's late. Regarding B, Town Council Liaison, this is to appoint someone for the Friendly 40B project that Mr. McGrail was in here on at multiple meetings, including our last meeting, June 10th. For 484 to 504 Salem Street, I think this is going to be a pretty deep dive. There's wetlands, there's paper roads. I think the initial indication was 24 units. Maybe that gets increased over time. So we want to have somebody in there who's going to watch the situation carefully and make sure that it is indeed friendly to us. With the flip side of that on any 40B being that the more SHI units we can get, the better it is for us, in a way, if it's a project we actually approve of.
Yeah, and if I'd love to volunteer for that. That's my neighborhood now, and as a kid, I know the backwoods of that, all the way from there to Water Street. There's some areas back there that are very, very interesting to me, and I know the families who live there, and so I'd love to volunteer for that.
Okay, I will appoint Councilor Carney to work with all of the parties. That would include, the Conservation Commission, they'll be involved, and Attorney McGrail, and looking over that traffic study, et cetera. And thank you very much for volunteering for that. Relative to the 40A subcommittee, I was not here last meeting. I think on May 16th, I sent an email to a couple of the folks on the council indicating that I thought that the best practice, and I did hear this echoed by others at the meeting, would be a 3-member subcommittee of the town council to be appointed by the chair. Relative to 40A, I agree with much of what I heard at the last meeting. You know, there has to be a lot of outreach. We have to ramp this up fairly quickly. And I'll be quite frank, my vision is, I don't entirely agree with all the comments I heard last week from the council. I don't know that, I mean, I do know that Councilor Gines has indicated that one of his 2 big takeaways, I think the first one, was that there was an appetite for more than the minimum.
That was not the comment that I made, it was the opposite.
I looked at the meeting and that's what it sounded like. But
No, I think that the takeaway that I mentioned was that there was no appetite
no
for
appetite.
more than the
Okay.
minimum.
Relative to the 5 million, I don't know where that number came from. I asked the town administrator today about that. The number that was given out was $3-point-something million that we obtained over 3 years. I asked Aaron Kokinda in an email what the 5-year was, and it was the very same amount. I intend to respect all views on this, and that would include the possibility that some people in town may be weighing the other cost, not those costs, but the cost of potentially, what if we get to the point of having to build a wing of a new school? And other costs that I think Dan Sherman and others were mentioning at town meeting. I think it is a viable position. It is not what I agree with, but it's a viable position for someone to say, we want to go the route of Milton. I don't intend that this subcommittee, if the council sets it up, that this subcommittee is going to go that route. But I think in any survey that we do, we will also be asking, perhaps as the first question, I've talked to town administrator about this, maybe the first question is would you consider any plan? The plan that I would like to see would involve more and possibly all of what wasn't considered last time. I asked Aaron Kokinda in an email a while back, and I really wanted to talk about this at town meeting, but it was, here we are at 5:11. It was 11:25 before I could get to the mic, and people wanted to move the question. But I asked, because the planning board had indicated that we couldn't use Foundry Street because of Crystal Lake. I asked Erin Kokinda that, and she said, no, part of the buffer zone from Crystal Lake goes up to Foundry, but there's another segment of Foundry that could put 400 units in the bay. Mixed use, larger buildings. Maybe even on larger buildings, we have a possibility of the 10%. Maybe they would go with the 18% in a special permit. We also have 3 circles. I don't think those circles were all pursued. Greenwood, certainly the vice chair's proposed minimum district came out of my asking Aaron Kokinda and Steve to work up something where we had something in Greenwood. There were all these different iterations, but that one, unfortunately, I'm glad it didn't pass. I agree with you on that, Councilor Carney, because it focused more on the west side than even the planning board had, even in their larger district, because it added the area around Molten Field, and it was heavily weighted towards the west side, too heavily, in my opinion. So what I am going to propose, and give me chair's prerogative here, I wasn't here last meeting, people were wondering what I thought, at least that's what I heard when I watched the meeting. And I would be looking to keep getting minimum district and to keep it in multiple locations potentially, some in Greenwood. I want to look harder at the 37 acres that I think were really not looked at because I watched every meeting. And I would like it to be more of a mixed use and out of the residential neighborhoods. That's what I personally, I'm only one of 7, but that's what I personally hope to see. An entirely different plan that is a minimum, that is less residential based, and that will hopefully garner the support of a majority of the community. That's my hope. You had a question or comment?
So I was just wondering if you're going to name the subcommittee. It sounded like you were going to be on the subcommittee, so I was just wondering. And then just the $5 million was what I said, and it's not only Erin Kinkina, the town, the number, we're also including gas and light. So you'd have to talk to Peter Diamond and the gas and light committee. That was the 1.5 to 3 million, 1.5 to 2.5 that they were talking about. So it's not all town money. They would actually get penalized as well.
It amazes me that that was never brought up until our meeting. That number never came up at town meeting in all that we
So
went
we
through.
should call gas and light and they have separate finances. We should call them. That was told to me by a commissioner.
Yeah, well, more research should then be done. You're absolutely correct on the amount of money that we could be waiving. Given that, these projects kind of come in waves, so we don't know exactly, we have to find out what that is and what period of time we're talking about too. Because as I say, if you say 3.3 million or 3.6 million over 3 years, but it's also over 5 years, the annual amount is a little bit lower.
But
Simple
also
math.
your 5 year, it's the 3.3 million over the last 5. The next 5 could be 15.
It could be, right.
Especially since then we've now got people who want to write grants.
And I hope we do. And we need to have, but we need to have hard data for that.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah, so there's a lot to be done, there's a lot to unpack. I think, Counselor, about the first thing that I should do is make a motion that the town create a subcommittee of 3 members of the town council to work with town employees and others to draft a zoning bylaw compliant with the state directive as described in Chapter 48 for the fall town meeting, expected to occur in November 2024, and that the chair be authorized to appoint the 3 town council members.
Second.
Well, so moved.
Thank you. We have a movement and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Yes.
Are you intending to name the members today? Just
I am.
Okay, good. Just thinking about timing.
I want to get things moving.
Yep.
Sorry I didn't do it. Well, I wouldn't have done it on the 10th because I'm trying to
That's fine.
set up a system where we get people warning on votes. Any other comments? I will start with Vice Chair Dombrowski.
Aye.
Councilor Butler.
Aye.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes.
Councilor Rudd.
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Carney. And the chair is yes. Sherry, that's 7-0. And I hereby appoint to that committee Vice Chair Dombrowski, Councilor Robert Vincent, and myself. Now we can do library donations.
Right. Mr. Chair, move to accept $985.26 in donations for the BB Library from various donors with thanks.
Seconded.
Any comment or questions on the library donations? Got to keep it with the roll call, Steve?
Yeah, you
Okay.
technically need to, sorry.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Sorry, aye.
Councilor Butler.
Yep.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes.
Councilor Butt.
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Carney.
Yes.
And the chair is yes, that's 7-0. Sherry, relative to the approval of the minutes, I will be abstaining, I was not here, but do I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes for June 10th, 2024.
Seconded.
Any comment? Roll call vote. Councilor Dombrowski.
Aye.
Councilor Butler.
Yes.
Councilor Vincent.
Yes.
Councilor Butt.
Yes.
Councilor Chines.
Yes.
Councilor Carney.
Yes.
And the chair abstains because he was not here. So that is 6-0, however you write that abstention up, Sherry.
Yeah.
Any announcements today?
Just a thank yous and wish to everyone for a happy and safe 4th of July, and thank you for all of our public safety workers, our DPW. It's a big process, our volunteer committees, and certainly hopes everyone enjoys the festivities and does so safely and respectfully.
Seeing no other announcements, item 12, matters not anticipated for the agenda. Anybody have anything? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to our next regular town council meeting on Monday, July 15th, 2024 at 7 PM.
So moved.
Seconded.
Roll
You don't
call.
need a roll
Don't have to roll call on this. All in favor? Looks like aye. Ed's got his hand up too. Okay, 7-0. Jerry, thank you all, and thank you, Wakefield, for, if you're still up at 11 o'clock with us tonight. Declare the meeting closed.